হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, অমিতাভ দা এসে গেছেন, কিন্তু
হ্যাঁ
অমিতাভ দা এসে গেছেন।
আমি আছি। আমার অ্যাকচুয়ালি নেট একটু প্রবলেম করছে।
কেন তুমি আজকে ওখানে গেছো?
স্বপন ফাটিয়ে দিয়েছো, ফ্যান্টাস্টিক।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, ডাইরেক্টর জয়েন করছে না?
ঠিক আছে, তবে ফোন করছি না।
আমি অমিতাভ দার নামটাকে রিনেম করে দিলাম।
হ্যাঁ দেখতে পাচ্ছি, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ স্বপন, থ্যাঙ্কস।
ডাইরেক্টর স্যার আছেন তো, জয়েন করে যাও।
হ্যাঁ বাস, ঠিক আছে।
উনি এলে ইন্দ্র শুরু করে দেবে, 7:30 জাস্ট বাজছে, শুরু করে দেবে।
Google, could you light bright, please? Hey, Google, could you light off, please?
অমিতাভ গ্রেট, প্রফেসর অমিতাভ গ্রেট।
এই অনেক অমিতাভ এখানে, চুপচাপ আছে।
না স্যার এসছেন। হ্যাঁ,
গুড ইভিনিং অমিতাভ দা।
ইয়া গুড ইভিনিং।
Light bright.
So, Anjana Di, with your permission, can I start?
শিওর, হ্যাঁ শুরু করো ইন্দ্র।
Greetings from Shibpur. A very good morning to participants from the other side of the globe, and those who are here, to all of them, good afternoon and good evening. I am Indranath Sinha, 1982 Mining Engineering. To the graduates of this millennium, I am here. It's indeed my honor to welcome you all on this last Sunday of the year 2020 to the 7th edition of the Global Alumni Day. The ongoing pandemic is too small a factor to prevent us from coming together, though it has temporarily succeeded in constraining us to meet only virtually. It is a day of nostalgia, of echoing green, of celebrating our tradition, and to top it all, of celebrating our alma mater. We are truly blessed with your presence, and to double the joy of the day, we are graced by the presence of great personalities. For the inaugural session, we have an e-assembly of distinguished personalities. On the screen, we have Professor Partha Sarathi Chakraborty, Honorable Director, IIST Shibpur. I'm sure you all are joining me to give an e-round of applause for Professor Chakraborty.
Yep.
Welcome, Professor Chakraborty. We are beholden to you for kindly agreeing to grace the occasion. We look forward to hearing your wise thoughts and views. We have amongst us Professor Arindam বিশ্বাস, Dean, International Relations and Alumni Affairs. Thank you, Professor বিশ্বাস, and a very, very cordial welcome. We have on the screen Srimati Anjana Ganguly Roy, 1977 ETC. They were smiling President of GABESU. Anjana Di, आप ही का आंगन में आपका स्वागत है. We have the Honorary Secretary of GABESU, Sri Shitangshu Shekhar Ghosh, 1980 Mechanical Engineering. Welcome, Shitangshu Da. And of course, Amitabh Da. Ever since this annual festivity commenced, if there has been one man for the occasions, it has been Sri Amitabh Datta, 1974 Civil Engineering. And this year is no exception. Welcome, convener 7th Alumni Day program. Having said that, we look back and we say that the year that passed by has been hers, very hers, for more than one reason. But where it hurt most is that it has snatched from us many a good soul. If I remember correctly, according to our record, in 2019, we lost 13 Sipurians. But in 2020, we lost as many as 33 good souls. That included Professor Shankar Sen, 1948 Electrical, a very glorious alumnus of the institute. But Professor Shankar Sen aged. it would have been necessary for part with him for all of us today or tomorrow. But I could not help but weep unconsolably to know that COVID-19 has snatched our beloved Anirban Pal, the 2014 topper in civil engineering. Too early to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we mourn the demise of all the members of our fraternity. Let's share a moment of silence in remembrance of the departed soul. Thank you. May we now switch on our next program. I'd like to invite Sri Amitabh Datta, convener 7th Alumni Day, to speak about the event. Amitabh Da.
Amitabh Da, unmute করুন না, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Indranath. At the outset, I welcome you all to our annual Grand Gala, the 7th Global Alumni Days this year. Thank you all for joining this very unique virtual version. This is the first of its type and hopefully the last one too. Yes, we all experienced an unprecedented situation with the global COVID-19 pandemic. A virus not visible to our naked eyes has put the world on pause. However, this situation has also compelled us to learn how to make a move from pause to forward. As someone once told, the show must go on. This is not the show that we all crave for or the type of the show that we all crave for, but I appreciate your effort to be together virtually today. Though we are not physically present in the heart of our beloved campus, but I can't resist myself calling a good day once again, B College. Once again, we are here in your warm lab. This year's organizing team has given an excellent special effort in presenting this maiden version of virtual mode, and I trust you all will appreciate this endeavor. So please remain together virtually and enjoy. Before I close, I say let us all hope and pray for going back to our original mode of physical gathering in our beloved campus in the years to come. I thank you once again. And with this, I request Indranath to take this further forward. Yep.
Indro, mute acho.
I hope I'm audible now.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Amitabh Da. So, as you said, we move forward. I would now urge our ever beaming President, Srimati Anjana Ganguly Roy, to kindly deliver her welcome address. Anjana Di.
Thanks, Indro. Respected Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, respected panelists of Business Meet session, Professor Indranil Manna, moderator of today's panel discussion, IIEST deans and HODs, my senior and junior and my batch alumni and their family, good evening and good morning based on wherever in the world you are located. On behalf of the Executive Committee and the entire members of GABESU, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th Global Alumni Day today on 27th December 2020 on a virtual platform. GABESU has completed 15 years of its journey since its inception on June 10th, 2005. The association exists wholly and solely to help our current students alumni, and by extension, the institute itself to succeed. Our alumni have played a significant role in upholding the legacy and branding of the institute in the technology forum over the decades on a global scale. We are what we are because many of you have partnered with IIEST to make it happen. You come back to campus to interact with the students and faculty. You attend events and then tell your friends, colleagues, fellow alums, and prospective students about the exciting things taking place here. You volunteer your time and your talent. You like us on social media. You provide internships, jobs, and career advice to current IIEST students. And you place IIEST as a high priority in your charitable investments. I ask that you never underestimate the impact you have on today's students. You are their inspiration. You demonstrate what is possible through earning an IIEST degree. Our students take advantage of more than 100 scholarships and fellowship awards sponsored by alums and various alumni chapters every year, and 2021 is no exception. We are dedicated to further globalizing our mission through a systematic and sustained engagement between the IIEST community and the world at large. We must understand where we came from, the shoulders upon which we stand, so that we can strategically become what we need to be. IIEST must never become a photograph. In the life of an institution, there are certain key moments in time that present themselves, moments when the institution collectively arrives at a crossroads. I think of these moments as pivot points because how the institution reacts to them, the decisions made, and the courses charted have reverberations, positive or negative, for years to come. Today's pivot point results from the confluence of economics, technology, demographics, global hotspots, and changing societal expectations. Society demands that we educate this generation with the skills and experiences they will need to navigate an ever-changing world at an affordable cost. The road that lies ahead won't be easy. There will be obstacles and missed exits, potholes and roadblocks. There will be times when each of us will feel like we cannot possibly go on. There will be times when each of us will think he or she is alone. But we are not alone. We are all in this journey together and we will succeed. Together, we engage ourselves, cherishing our eternal bond with our alumni and alma mater. Thank you and stay safe. Enjoy today's program.
Thank you, Anjanadi.
What do you?
You are always an inspiration. To just in response to your sayings, can I say, तेरे चाहत को बदनाम होने नहीं देंगे. And to our alma mater, we say, मेरे जिंदगी में शाम आए या ना आए, तेरे जिंदगी में शाम आने नहीं देंगे. Thank you very much again. May I now approach Professor Partho Saruthi Chakraborty, Honorable Director, IIEST Shibpur, to kindly deliver his address. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Partho Saruthi Chakraborty. Sir, please.
Good evening and welcome to this 7th Alumni Day. I joined this executive committee of GABESU and all my esteemed faculty members, and welcome you to this program. And at the very onset, I would like to thank you for inviting me, even though I'm not an alumnus of the institution, nor do I member of GABESU also. In any way, I'm not connected, but I'm happy that you invited me. And I'll share my some of my thoughts. And as you know that the country is going through a peculiar situation, and in fact, the whole world is going through. And probably last year also, we never thought that we'll meet on a virtual platform like this. But time has taught us a lot of things and some challenges which we never imagined that this will happen. But on many occasions, I shared my views about this COVID crisis 19. I like to see it as a kind of man-made disaster than a natural disaster or outbreak of a virus. And I do not understand why people say that small virus is always small. Media has created such a hype about COVID crisis that this tiny virus, I do not know which virus look like an elephant that we talk about, that COVID virus is very, very tiny inside and they have brought us to our knees. That's very strange. And the way media has propagated it and shown it on the screen that some IPL match is going on every day, the death rate is increasing, and the kind of panic that has been created, it is much more than the disaster that has actually caused, right? And people are so panicked. As the head of the institution, I understand how difficult it is to convince the staff members to come to office and work, right? And if the situation goes like this, probably COVID will not kill us, but our economy will definitely kill us. We'll have to stand and face the challenge, and you'll have to learn to live with COVID. That's my message to all. I'm trying to give this message to all my students, all my faculty members. Professor Indranath Sinha must know how difficult it was for me to convince this my faculty members to come here to conduct the examination online. If we are so much scared about COVID, we will never be able to face the challenge. And that panic, I think the media should have played a positive role in this, because if you see the mortality rate in COVID, it's much less than the number of people die out of tuberculosis or other viral diseases in the country like India. And we feel at some point of time, probably Indians have developed some herd immunity. And that's why the kind of massacre it has done in the Western countries, European countries, that has not really happened, because you know that a majority section of the people live with their minimum, it's a very, very deplorable condition. Their living, their healthcare, everything. If you see, compared to that, the death. Actually, it has probably mostly affected those people who stay in comfort zones. And they are much more affected than those people who are really maybe daily laborers, or farmers working in the field, because they know that if we don't go to field and work, probably we'll die of hunger. So they are less scared of COVID than those people like us who has that luxury to not to come to office. Particularly, I've seen in the government offices where I've seen the attendance is so poor. They are doing everything, going to market and places, going to fairs, other places. But when it comes to coming to office, they have a reservation that maybe we get affected by COVID. So this is very, very disappointing. Anyway, institute has faced this challenge, and we have learned from this and devised a lot of. We are taking help of new technology for imparting your teaching learning, the examination system also in the online examination mode. You know that there are different problems in conducting examination, but institute is doing a lot of experiments on that, and probably we didn't follow many of the institutions. We devised our own system of taking an online examination in real time. That's for the first time and I'm happy that my colleagues and the faculty members, they came forward, and really that IT section people, they have in devising this and testing it, and it is working really fine. And we didn't expect that the response will be this, and we hope we'll be able to conduct the end semester in the examination. Because before me, the challenge was that if we dilute this examination system, probably our credibility will go. And one problem which is yet to be solved, and where I think the alumni can play a big role, probably in supporting the student. Today, what is necessary is not probably giving the scholarship to the students, but some kind of free ship, tuition fee, etc. If this can be arranged for the COVID-affected student, that will be a great thing probably. And because you know that institute has already given a lot of rebate and relaxation, whatever were fees were decided by the institute, we have waived off all these fees to the students. But tuition fee is something which is not in our hands. So the matter was taken to Board of Governors, and the Board of Governors, the ministry people were there. They said that the tuition fee cannot be waived by this Board of Governors. It has to go to ministry. I wrote a letter to the ministry, and probably since it's a cabinet decision, probably the tuition fee cannot be waived. So under this condition, so how to help those people whose parents have lost job because of this COVID? So that we need to look into whether this GABESU or other organization, other associations which are there, different batches, alumni, they can come forward and help to meet this crisis. Some students are really affected, but even though government has lot of rebate government gives in terms of those depending on the salary slabs, they give full rebate to the tuition fee, then 50%, 75%, 50% like that. In spite of that, those who are affected, in some stray cases, some of the alumni in our alumni cell meeting, some of the alumnus actually, they proposed that we'll take care of these fees, and they have paid the fees. So some isolated and stray cases we have done. But I think a lot more people needed support. So, and another tendency I've seen, don't take it other way. I generally prefer to speak a little frankly. Maybe for that I'm criticized also in different forms, but I don't mind. The thing is that alumni wants to spend some money and some work or event which is visible to people that this is done by, created by alumni. But supporting these students, that visibility doesn't come. It cannot be showcased that these particular students were helped by this thing. But we'll have to come out of this. We'll have to come out of this, and because this will be one-time support, which you cannot probably showcase afterwards. But if you create a facility, you can say that, say 93 batches created this facility or 89 batches created this facility. So we'll have to come out of this kind of culture and helping people where they are in need. And I must acknowledge that many people have actually come forward and donated immensely. You know that a digital education hub has been created with the help of one of the alumnus. And he has donated a sum of 1 crore rupees for creating the digital education hub, which was the need of the hour. And another interesting development was one of this donor who was no way connected to IST, Shippu, has donated 50 lakhs rupees to the institution for the institution of a few fellowship for the first year students, and this will be given to all 4 years. So we are getting generous support from the individual also, but from GABESU like associations, others, they should try that they can gather a quantum of sum, and so that fees of the some students can be arranged. But you can give a thought about it. It's just because many students, because we have done our best, because government money can be spent under certain heads and cannot be spent on all heads or according to your, even if it is our IRG, internal resource generation, then also without permission we cannot spend. So that's the problem. This is one area which you can see. And another thing I'd like to share, there's some confusion in the minds of some people saying that what is the necessity of creating an alumni cell? I want to clear the air that there's no conflict of the alumni cell of the institute with any of the associations, including GABESU. That should be understood very clearly, very clearly. It's very important because some people are propagating some messages like that as if these two things are conflicting. No. Alumni cell is a single window of the institute through which any of these associations, including GABESU, or personal individual level, alumni at individual level, can approach the institute. Because sometimes we have seen that they don't know who is the nodal person, whom to contact to give the support to the institute. And that's why the alumni cell is created. So it is no way conflicting with any of the association. So please clearly understand this thing and do not propagate wrong things. Some of the members are misunderstood it and propagating. I sometimes get stray mails from people, but I don't like to explain because individually explaining to these people is not possible. But since this is a forum, I thought that I should share with you and clear the air. So never ever think that you can GABESU when you want to help the institute, you can approach through alumni cell or individual graduate or any association of any batch. They can, and that's the purpose of creating. And this is very much in existence in top institutions like the ISC Bangalore, and they are doing so in the same, even though we have not copied from there. So this idea was there, and later on we found that many institutions, this kind of cell is there. And that's all. Again, thank you for giving me this opportunity and share some of my thoughts with you. And I take this opportunity to wish you a belated Merry Christmas. This is already over. And a very, very happy New Year 2021. And I think that this COVID scare will not be there in 2021 that much, even though things are very, very uncertain and no one wants to take any kind of risk. I do not know how long it will continue, maybe another 4 or 5 months. This will continue, but everyone is thinking that vaccine will come and everything will be over, but don't think about that vaccine will solve all the problems. But one thing is that the panic level will be reduced slightly, and we'll have to face the challenge. We'll have to face the challenge and learn to live with COVID. So with these few words, I conclude. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much for sharing your thoughts and for your wishes. Having known the people at GABESU EC for quite some time, let me reassure you on all of their behalf, should the situation so demands, GABESU would never be found wanting. And we reciprocate your wishes, and let us hope that tomorrow would be a better tomorrow, a shining tomorrow. And under your leadership, our alma mater will scrape new heights. Having heard the erudite oration of Professor Chakraborty, we now look forward to listening to Professor Arindam Biswas, Dean, International Relations and Alumni Affairs. Professor Biswas, please.
Honorable Director, Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, other faculty members and the members of GABESU. I'm honored to be invited to this occasion to reflect back. As I remember, last year, Alumni Day, it was celebrated in front of the first lobby of the old building. There it was a sunny day, and we got to meet many of the people face to face. We shared a lot of thoughts at that time. And in this occasion, today, it is basically a virtual occasion. I do not know about you, but being a teacher for the last 6 months and about 8-9 months, interacting in the virtual mode has been a practice here. We experience it almost every day. Coming to the other points, As you remember, we are working on several projects with GABESU. President GABESU, Ms. Anjala Ganguly Roy, and Shitangshu Shekhar Ghosh, they are aware of it. And as outlined by our director, Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, that the paradigm has shifted now. We see there are many students. I will not say that it's a large number of students. However, there are some students whose parents have lost their job. They're struggling to carry on with their studies. So on such occasions, it is our duty from the point of the faculty members also, we try to donate some money to them so that they can take it forward. One of the alumni who came forward, whose father expired, and if you understand that, if you see the reaction on the part of the student, the way he said that this is a gesture, and this gesture he would like to reciprocate in the coming years when he will be established, and he will definitely try to contribute in this way if some students falls in some problem. And with these words, and also I think the COVID-19 has created a lot of issues with respect to the day-to-day working of the institute, as such a day-to-day working of almost everyone. So we believe that we will not have to meet, at least for the reason of COVID, in such a virtual mode in the coming year. We'll expect in 2021, it will be again that vibrant, lively morning inside the institute premises. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vishwas. I always appreciate your way of putting things straight and simple. I always like your eloquence, and it was as good. Thank you again. I recall the days when we used to publish alumni link regularly, and that used to be our link with all the alumni. It was the link of the institute to the alumni. We used to share the information, and subsequently, in order to be in sync with time, we have switched over to the soft form. Now we are going to launch the next issue of it. The next issue of the alumni link is to be launched under the good care of Sri Sandeep Chatterjee, 1998 Mechanical Engineering, and Mrs. Shompa Pramanik, 1990 Electrical Engineering. Sri Sandeep Chatterjee to unmute and take charge.
Good morning and good evening. On behalf of the Alumni Link editorial team, it is my pleasure to launch this edition. Usually we do multiple editions throughout the year, but this time, because of the nature of the pandemic, we thought we will do a digital edition this time. So essentially, if you look at it, the first time, the cover page looks something like this, because I know during this pandemic, because of people have been taking up new hobbies. So we thought that this picture is by Irika Sinha, daughter of Soumitra Sinha, 1981 metallurgy. So we thought that this is what better way to have it as the cover page. So now let's move to the table of contents. Essentially, if you look at it, usually our digital editions are between 16 to 18 pages, but the Alumni Day edition, which we usually call it a bumper edition. So we have maintained that same thing. So essentially, I will not walk you through all the contents, but to give you something, essentially there is an editorial which we start with. Then we have the address from the president, Anjanadi. Then essentially in March, we did a special edition on Dr. Shankar Sen, and that was very well appreciated by the alumni. So essentially, after we launched the edition, we got a few more articles, and The hallmark of this is we have the tribute by his daughters and his grandson. So we have covered that. So essentially, this is a mix of articles, travelogues, poems, paintings, technical writing. So you name everything, you have everything. Essentially, we have also covered something on Bitcoin and blockchain because that is how the world is moving towards. Last 2 weekends we had the quiz, the first virtual quiz, which was, I think, was a phenomenal success. So we have a coverage around that. As Indra mentioned in the beginning, we lost a few souls this year, unfortunate. So we have had a page as a tribute to them. Next is again the national education policy was launched, and we have a panel discussion after this talking about the intent and implementation. So we have a write-up covering that. So essentially, just to keep people abreast of what is happening. And finally, everybody knows about Anup, how that braveheart has been fighting it out for the last 100 days. So essentially, what we said is, as a community, B College as a community across batches, people have stood together to help him because this was quite an expensive thing. And there are people, I don't want to name anybody because this is a collective effort. But as I say, any mass, it's always needs leaders. This is a very classic example of an authentic leadership, inspired leadership. And I'm sure this is going to set an example in the coming years. So we thought that this is a befitting tribute to what we can do together. So with this, I formally launch our Alumni Link Alumni Day edition. So you will get an email from GABESU office. It is a PDF which you will get. In case you don't receive it, please mail back to us. We will definitely have it sent across you, and do read it. Please give us your feedback because whatever we do well, if we hear good things about it, we are motivated. And there are certain things we may not have done that well. So essentially, you can put your comments to the same GABESU email. So essentially, with this, I formally launch the Alumni Day Alumni Link edition. So thank you very much. Over to you, Indroda.
Thank you, Sandeep. A commendable effort, as usual. And personally speaking, I like the cover very, very much. So with the launching of this e-edition, the digital edition of our Alumni Link, we come to the end of our inaugural program. Well, almost. Time to thank the persons who made this possible. To propose a vote of thanks, I invite Sri Shitangshu Shekhar Ghosh, Honorary Secretary, GABESU. Shitangshu Da.
Thank you, Professor Sinha, for calling me as per protocol to give the vote of thanks in front of this August gathering. Today is a wonderful day indeed, where despite these trying times, we have gathered from around the world to celebrate Global Alumni Day 2020 via online video conferencing with the same excitement and enthusiasm as in-person ceremony would have allowed. I, on behalf of GABESU EC7, do hereby thank Professor Partho Sarathy Chakraborty, Director IIEST, Shibpur, who despite his other commitments and busy schedule has joined us to strengthen the bond between the alumni and this great institute, which has been serving, making at the nation for more than 160 years. I also extend my gratitude and thankful to Professor Arindam Vishwas, Dean, International Relations and Alumni Affairs, who has always played a significant role as a bridge between the alumni and present institute administration. It is our great pleasure that our seniors who have guided us throughout our journey are here with us, notably Onunda, Achudda, Probidda, Niharda, I have seen Omitabo Ghoshal, as well as I have seen Professor Ajoy Rai. He is also today. It is the name of the few, and I am thankful to them for always inspiring us. Moreover, our convener Omitabo Datto, GABESU President Anjana Ganguly Rai, Working President Prosenjit Chakraborty, Vice President Parthopratim Chattopadhyay, Assistant Secretary Shyam Nandi, and all EC7 members of GABESU put their best effort to make this Alumni Day successful. I extend my heartiest thanks to them. I would also take this opportunity to specially thank Shapon Shaha, Biman Ghosh, Omitabo Das, Sandeep Chatterjee, Shampa Pamanik for their untiring effort. I am also thankful to office staff, Saurabh Koyal and Tultul Rai for their dedicated work. Moreover, today our business meet will start after this inaugural program, and it will be our pleasure to listen to the discussion involving our eminent panelists on the topics: challenges in the implementation of National Educational Policy 2020 in engineering education. Our esteemed panelists for today are Dr. B.N. Suresh, Chancellor, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram; Dr. Srikumar Banerjee, Chancellor, Central University of Kashmir; Srimati Amita Sharma, former Additional Secretary of Technical Education, MHRD, Government of India; Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Vice President, New Materials Development and Business, Tata Steel; Dr. Monish Gupta, Director of Google Research, India; Dr. Soumitra Banerjee, Professor, IISER, Kolkata; and our moderator is Professor Indonil Manna, Vice Chancellor of BIT, Mesra, and ex-director of Kanpur. It is my privilege to inform all of you that Dr. Soumitra Banerjee and Indonil Manna is a product of our institute only. So we will have very good panelists today, and I am grateful to them for taking out time for their busy schedule and agreeing to participate in today's discussion, which will definitely enrich our knowledge. Last but not the least, I extend my gratitude to the performers of the cultural ceremony, which is recorded under the leadership of Indonil Cell. It is my sincere hope that you will have a nice time today and the pandemic situation will improve soon, and we will meet in person in our college premises to cherish our old spent days, our alma mater, on the last Sunday of 2021. Moreover, those who are the donor for this 2020 Alumni Day, I sincerely grateful and thanks to them. That's all.
Thank you, Shitangshuda. I cannot let you go just like that. There are two reasons. Number one is that you started your oration by addressing me as Professor Sinha, GABESU like, and this I do not accept. When I am talking Shitangshuda, you cannot really call me Professor Sinha. Second thing, this is for others. Our custom is such, the man who does a lot of work also proposes vote of thanks, and his work become thankless. So on all of your behalf, I thank Shitangshuda for the fantastic work that he has been putting for for the GABESU. So with this, I once again thank Shitangshuda. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you all. We switch over to the next part of our program. But meanwhile, I'd like to inform the assembled gathering that Professor Ajay Kumar Roy, the former Vice Chancellor and former Director of IIST Shibpur, has joined. He is with us today. Anyway, we look forward to the business meet, and a principal component of our Alumni Day has always been, and hopefully shall always be, the business meet. This year, the topic chosen for panel discussion is
Professor Sinha, can I interrupt for a moment? Just I'll take your leave because I have a lot of files to clear now, right?
Sir, we understand. But thanks a ton for being with us, and thanks for your encouraging words once again. Thank you very much, sir.
Professor Chakraborty, we would have loved you listen to the panel discussion.
Yeah, I know.
It's really interesting and something related to our institute also.
I have a lot of files to clear. Tomorrow I have an examination for my course which I'm teaching, so I'm occupied actually.
Okay. Thanks
Please
for
excuse me.
joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, Professor Sinha, the same thing from my side. I have to prepare for tomorrow's examination. You know, that e-examination, it takes a kind of preparation on our part. Thank you very much. I think you have a nice time.
But Professor Vishwas, we will be continuing for quite some time. If you find time, you please come back, because I know you, and you would definitely enjoy this panel discussion, and also the cultural program that is to follow. If possible, please come back.
I'll try to come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I take the mic once again. As what I was telling, that this important event, Business Meet, has always been a very, very important part of our alumni meet. And this year we have chosen as topic Challenges in Implementation of NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, the much talked about, the much discussed, the much debated policy. And the focus of that discussion would be engineering education. So challenges and implementation of NEP 2020 in engineering education. Without any further fuss and noise, I invite Dr. Biman Bhot, 1981 Metallurgy, to kindly conduct the event. Bimanda.
Thank you, Indro. And first of all, it's my apology that I am on the clock, actually probably 15 minutes behind. But anyway, may I request all of you who are not speaking to mute your phone or whatever device you are using. So let's get started. You know, everybody said that the importance of national education policy and how we, our IIE,
বিমানদা একটু নিজেকে আনমিউট করে দাও বিমানদা স্বপনদা মিউট করেছে সবাইকে
Thank you very much, Amitavo. So our institute was founded back in 1856, and as we all know, our alumni have laid the engineering foundation of British India. We introduced postgraduate and doctoral programs and faculty exchange program with universities abroad. And at the dawn of this century, and in view of the technological transformation in the horizon, our constituents conceived the need to repositioning BE College as a research-intensive institute under the brand of Institute of National Importance. This was a 10+ years long consistent and concerted effort of our faculty members, we the alumni, the students of the institute, and the administration that resulted in the formation of IIEST as a new brand of research intensive institute back in March 2014. GABESU, or Global Alumni Association of Bengal Engineering and Student Science University, is the only alumni association of our alma mater. And we fought hand in hand with all entities, including the teachers association, students bodies, etc., and pursued at different levels to bring this vision to fruition and make IIEST possible. Since inception, the Institute has been meticulously pursuing the transformation of structural and regulatory framework, and that is in consistence with the INI, or Institute of National Importance Systems. And now IIEST is poised to build up the infrastructural and academic framework envisioned by the Ananda Krishnan Committee in the detailed project report, or as we know, DPR of IIEST. It's encouraging that the insight of that DPR is largely in agreement with the basic principle of multidisciplinary education and research university, MERU, as depicted in National Education Policy 2020. The challenge in the horizon is accommodating the well-founded brand of engineering institutes and pedagogical system established therein within the NEP framework. As we all know, Indian engineering education is well known in the global arena, and we established a decades-old brand identity in terms of structural stability and quality of our output. Since engineering education is directly linked with the overall economic growth of the country, it is the call of the hour for our stakeholders to identify the challenges in implementation of NEP 2020 for engineering education by developing the appropriate mechanism and incorporating associated changes based on our inherent strengths and through backward-forward linkages. GABESU has decided to discuss the policy changes in implementing NEP 2020 in engineering education and has invited a panel of prominent educationists and policymakers to examine the pros and cons of the proposed policy. We hope to get their perspective on NEP, which may help IIST administration in charting a path for excellence. As you know that we have a very distinguished panelist. I'm not going to describe their biodata because each of their biodata could be like consuming the whole length of this panel discussion. So without further ado, I'll hand over the microphone to Professor Indranil Manna, our own Indranil, 1983 graduate from BE College Metallurgy Department. Later on, he became the director of IIT Kanpur. He became the director of CGCRI. Now he's the vice chancellor of BIT Mishra. And I see that he grew up with his precision as he used to make a cover drive on a cricket pitch. So now our own Indranil Manna is the president-elect of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. He's the first decorated alumnus of our institute who is going to take that coveted chair with effect from January 1st. So with all that, our beloved Professor Manna, please take the stage, and I invite all our distinguished panelists to be on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh, and good evening, all the faculty members, staff, students, and scholars of IIST Shibpur, dear alumni of BE College, GABESU, and IIST of today, ladies and gentlemen, and friends. You, of course, by now would have understood the importance of this particular event and why national education policy is so important, not just for India. If I may quote just a few data points, 1.32 billion people, the second most populous state in the whole world, third largest and fourth largest GDP in terms of PPP and nominal measures, over 5,000 years of recorded history, one of the oldest human civilization. But the most important reason why NEP 2020 should make ripples not only within India, but even throughout the globe is because of the fact that over 800 million people in India are below the age of 35. And NEP desires to make 100% gross enrollment ratio by 2030, another 10 years at the secondary level, and at least 50% at the higher education level. So for the global village, this huge population, which are going to get educated not only at the secondary, but even at higher education level, should make a difference to the whole world as a knowledge economy. So welcome to this panel discussion. And on my personal behalf, I would also like to, at the very outset, record my gratitude to all the panelists who you already are aware are extremely eminent by their own rights. National education policy is basically based on three main planks: highest form of education, encouragement, and enlightenment. The vision proclaims that India should transform. The NEP should transform India towards a knowledge society by providing a very high quality education and make India a global knowledge partner. The policy wants to make every single citizen of the country as being proud Indian, and also at the same time make them global citizens and useful to the rest of the world. The policy is no longer a projection, it is already a reality. 29th of July, the Union Cabinet approved it. The policy has 4 major chapters, 4 major parts, and 27 chapters, the last one being on implementation. And that's exactly what we are going to discuss today. Though the discussion is centered on higher education, and that too technological education, the foundation cannot be ignored. The fundamental difference is, until recently, India always pursued a 10+2 form of education, which is 10 years followed 10 years of elementary plus secondary, followed by 2 years of higher education. And the new policy now is going to talk about a change in terms of this basic structure of 5+3+3+4, taking into account the importance of foundational stage of education. There are many important features which the panelists, of course, will share with you. Some of these I have highlighted here. There is a very ambitious and aspirational element, but grounded in reality. The policy promises to give universal access to the entire population for higher education. There are rooms for vocational training, even teacher training. It says research is very, very essential for quality teaching and higher education. The research should be of all categories of pure, applied, translational, and fundamental. The policy proposes to phase out the non-performing institutions gradually. The government, private, deemed universities, all are supposed to have equal stake. The courses should be multidisciplinary. The focus now should shift from pure teaching to more of learning. The strict compartments of science, humanities, commerce should be gradually removed. The policy should promote job creation rather than job seeking. The entrance process probably one day will be a common for the whole country. The most important thing is the education should actually percolate to the entire population. So the main focus is education for all. While the policy invites foreign direct investment for university level education, for a change, the policy also desires Indian universities to open the campus in foreign countries. So what are the new things? Importance of research, possibilities of lateral entry and exit multiple times, academic credit bank, something like savings bank that all of us we have. Age should not be a barrier. There are many new concepts which would be introduced, including the one on entrance through an open common entrance examination for the entire population. The policy promises graded autonomy to the Board of Governors, more on academic matters than on financial. Accreditation will be very strictly evaluated and assessed. The policy says the education will have to be multidisciplinary with various possibilities of lateral entry at various stages. Online courses and digital platform will be a key component of education. The policy encourages to go global and embrace foreign component both in India and make Indian education go global. There is also a very major promise of going up to 6% of India's 3 trillion GDP, which amounts to more than 1 lakh crore in Indian rupees. Another very significant new is the proposal to create a national research foundation with about 0.1% of the GDP outlay in that. Something similar to the National Science Foundation of USA. One single umbrella that will cover the entire research gamut of the country. So with this background, without Any further elaboration on NEP? We all are aware this is very important, and as I told you, you already are aware. I'm sure you are very much eager to listen to the very eminent panelists. And I'll go one by one and pose a few important questions. And at the end, hopefully we should be able to come back and take a few more. So the very first question is to Dr. Suresh, not because he was director of VSSC or president of Indian National Academy of Engineering, but because he's now heading as Chancellor, Indian Institute of Space Technology, a very key technology area for the country and possibly even for various developing nations in the world. So Dr. Suresh, it's now my privilege to ask you that we all know NEP is new and everybody is trying to grasp and assimilate. So, but what is truly new and novel about NEP? And how do you think NEP can actually make a very crucial impact in the overall technology development in India in the near future? So Dr. Suresh, would you please first react?
Thank you, Professor Manna. Professor Manna and distinguished co-panelists and all participants. First of all, I consider it an honor to be part of this august occasion and thank the organizers and particularly Professor Manna for an opportunity to participate in this important panel discussion. The question that you have asked has two parts. One is what is truly new and novel about NEP? And of course, the second is its impact on technology development in India. As you have already highlighted, there are several policy initiatives. But for want of time, I would like to concentrate on a few which in my opinion are very. The most distinctive feature of this policy is laying emphasis on the holistic and multidisciplinary education. In fact, in the words of Dr. K. Kasturirangan, who headed this NEP, he says that it would have been easier to come up with the short-sighted policy simply which calls for improved job readiness in day one. But he further says that such an opportunity is dangerously out of step with a world which is really rapidly changing. Therefore, they have made a very strong recommendation that students must be given much broader multidisciplinary foundation so that they can adopt and reinvent as necessary over their entire working life. I think it's a very, very important recommendation. The second aspect I would like to touch upon, which is very extremely important, is they stress on lifelong learning, strengthening open and distance learning and vocational education. They're stressing this fact because I think all of us know that the technologies are advancing, and today we see quite a few the advanced technologies coming in like AI, augmented reality, machine learning, and many other things. And once you have these kind of advanced technologies, they demand increasing skills in our students to meet the hybrid jobs. So that's why they stress that the vocational skills have to be imported in the engineering education, which also will complement capabilities of higher technology equipment. So that is important. Therefore, education system should address to prepare them to meet the demands of such hybrid jobs. Of course, one more area that they have really stressed is always we know that affiliated institutions have to transform themselves as an autonomous institution to improve the education. So they go, this is already on, but then they go a step further and then they provide an excellent framework. Not only they provide a framework, it is backed by a very good accreditation method. I think as already you have mentioned, how do we achieve the autonomy in the higher education? In my opinion, this is one of the important aspects that we should look for. Then of course, the next one that they touch as a newly and novel recommendation is how do we revamp the regulating structure? You know, this is one of the essential ingredients in the education. They address the key challenges with the present systems of multiple regulatory bodies, as well the conflicting demands which are there. So they have come out with a very nice way of revamping the regulation structure. In my opinion, this will go in a big way to improve the NEP and education in engineering particularly. Of course, the next one is that we all know that research takes the prominent place in engineering education. Towards that, what they have done is they have recommended creation of a National Research Foundation, which you also touched upon. The whole objective is here to improve the efficiency in identifying the critical broader research areas. So not only that, they go further to say that we have to enhance and ensure funds availability to much wider set of institutions on merit basis. I think this is extremely important. And they further go and then they sort of recommend strongly to setting up National Education Technology Forum. I think this is where we can leverage the technologies that are available to improve the quality and accessibility of higher education, particularly engineering education. The idea here is to provide evidence-based assessment of technology interventions while promoting research and entrepreneurship. That will happen. Now let me come quickly on the impact of crucial technologies that are contributing for the development in India. You know, there are three parts. We can go on and on, but I will restrict myself to three important areas. One is, which is immediate, second is midterm, and third is long term. If you take the immediate, the National Research Foundation, which has been recommended, I think will go in a long way in identifying the crucial and critical areas for research and development efforts. And how do we really identify them, give them the direction so that the activity can get started. This has to happen very soon. And if it happens all over India, I think this will make a very big impact on crucial technologies development. I think it's the need of the hour. The second midterm, if I can say so, you know, as you said, they have several chapters. The key, there is a key section which deals with the disruptive technologies, which already I mentioned. So what is important is, I think we need to gear ourselves to identify ways in which large number of students, they can be skilled in these emerging domains. I think unless we don't marry the available technologies and the skills, we will not be able to progress. If we do, it will again have a very big impact on critical technologies. I think we will progress forward. The long term, I think they have really addressed the from beginning to end, and they want to percolate the various initiatives they have done. They have linked it very nicely from school education. What they have told is that the seeds are to be sown at school level itself for innovative technology development. I think it's an excellent recommendation because this suggests significant changes in school system, but at the same time aligning with the existing students' natural development. Of course, they stress upon replacing the traditional rote-based curriculum with fresh ideas to promote higher order thinking and creativity, without which I don't think we'll be able to make much progress. If we do these things, I'm sure that this will not only help in impacting the crucial technology development in India, but also it will bring greater contribution towards output on technology innovation. Innovation is the key. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suresh. As usual, you have very cogently brought out perhaps the most important point that you mentioned, as most of the learned people always remind us that for education, if teaching is one side of the coin, the other side must be research. And NEP does stress on research. You are right, it does stress on merit. It talks about National Educational Technology Forum. And also the other part, what you said is very right, that NRF, when it comes to reality, nobody knows, but the policy should promote the skilling of India and continuous curriculum revision. So thank you again, Dr. Suresh. And now it's my privilege to go over to Dr. Srikumar Banerjee. Dr. Banerjee, everyone is aware, probably one of the finest material scientists and engineer produced in this country. He steered Atomic Energy Commission. He was at the helm for very many years for steering one of the most important strategic sector of this country. But apart from his scientific contributions, Dr. Banerjee has been a distinguished alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, Chairman Board of Governors of IIT Kharagpur, and presently Chancellor of two major universities in the country, including Atomic Energy's own creation, Homi Bhabha Research Institute. So Dr. Banerjee, on behalf of the alumni, we would like to ask you that the Prime Minister has made a very clarion call that India should sooner than later emerge as Atmanirbhar, self-reliant. Do you see that NEP is going to help India reach that coveted goal? And do you think that NEP can truly promote the culture of translational research? We publish, but what happens of that knowledge afterwards? Can we convert that into a technology? So Dr. Banerjee, your views, please. Dr. Banerjee, kindly unmute and start.
Yes, yes. Okay, Professor Manna, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. I was also present during the inaugural part of this Alumni Association, and it was really very encouraging from the words of the director who expressed his the difficult phase through which the country is going, and also running an institute under this condition, and to maintain the kind of a right educational standard. Now, the first question that you have raised is that what about the Atmanirbhar or self-reliance? You see, the concept of self-reliance is not new. India, right after the independence, took the step that India has to be self-reliant. And in few areas which were clearly identified as areas where we have to have the complete self-reliance, were in areas like in atomic energy or in space. And you can see, not only that, you have many other areas, like even in steel or fertilizers. These are the areas which were, right from the beginning, were identified that India must be self-reliant on such areas. And see the result today. The result is, yes, in very complex technologies, like in atomic energy or in space, we are definitely self-reliant. You take the case of steel, the way it is now expanding, India is self-reliant. Maybe there are some imports, but it's quite possible for India to be 100% self-reliant. Also can be the major supplier of at least the common steel items to the whole world. Come to the fertilizer. Again, you'll find that India is self-reliant. But you look around your home, look at your television set, look at your refrigerator, look at your computer you're using. None of these we are self-reliant. So it's a pity that in day-to-day things that we use today, we are very much dependent on external sources. Sometimes even the manufacturing is done in India, but it's a screwdriver technology. We are not really self-reliant in technology. This is a very sad situation. And in my childhood days, I have seen the refrigerator at home was an Indian-made Surfridge. Today, you don't hear of Surfridge. Today, you don't hear of Electrolux on one refrigerator company. The first television that I bought was from Electronic Corporation of India. It was Indian. Today, there's not a single Indian brand. So where are we missing out? And this is where you have to see that unless you think of a total technology, you can't be self-reliant. And the growth of total technology comprehensively is something which the higher education institutes can really do. I'll again give an example. So today we have a tremendous growth in our solar energy program. Tremendous. I think it was unprecedented. Nobody could even visualize that this kind of a growth can be there in solar energy. You know how much of silicon we produce in the country? It is still, I think the number is 0. So you think of a growth of solar energy, but without having the basic input of making silicon. And it is not that India was not wanting in this technology. I remember even in 60s, there was complete technology available of making silicon. We haven't done that investment or that growth, thinking that, oh, solar energy is far off. So there has been problems of this kind, and we try to find out easy solution by the way of import. So I think it is necessary for the higher educational institution, and that is where NEP can help, that NEP can help to make us Atmanirbhar or self-reliant. What's the real obstacle? The real obstacle is not in the policy, but in implementation. You know, one of the biggest problems in the academic environment is to identify that total technology development. Everybody is working on an area which maybe is niche area for himself or his own group, but that does not lead to a final product which comes to the market or which becomes a useful thing for the humanity. So this is where we are lacking, and how to break that. Breaking that would require essentially one important point, that is we have to collaborate. It is impossible in the present structure, a university professor and around him a few students will do everything for making a total technology. It's not possible. But if we take the strength of a given institute or even multi-institutional projects where we can bring it to the level that we have the comprehensive technology development, then only will become Atmanirbhar. And that is what is indicated in the NEP, not so categorically, but I'm sure that we must think of such an approach that we must collaborate, we must synergize the strengths of multiple research groups to finally achieve self-reliance in given area. I'm just giving an example again of the same refrigerator you take. Is it not possible for Indian universities or higher education institutions, particularly engineering institutions, to think of these kind of white goods as one of the identified research development? It is not very easy. We see that, oh, this is something well-beaten track. Why should I work on that? But it's not a well-beaten track. The thing is that there's a continuous improvement. See, today, you may find that you don't need a refrigerant of that, but you can go to a completely different way of making, see, using rare earth. It is possible to do refrigeration in a completely different way. And this will be essentially what we call the disruptive technology. So there are avenues of doing even fundamental work leading to this kind of development, which will change the scenario, and India can become totally Atmanirbhar. Now, this translational of knowledge to technology. You see, we always think these days we are very often using the word, the technology readiness level, TRLs. And everybody writes a project and gives a number of the TRL that you will be promoting. You'll be coming to the number 5, 6, 7, like that. But we really don't understand what is the meant of a technology readiness level. More than technology readiness level, I think we have to go further to think of investment readiness level. If we do something robust enough, which will stand the competition, the international competition, and make it an object which will stand international competition in the market, it has to be only then a technology. It's not just technology readiness level, but it's an investment readiness. Somebody can invest on that and can make a profit to sustain. Profit is not just for profit making, to sustain that activity. So we have to come from that stage. NEP has to promote the culture of translation of knowledge to technology, finally which stands the competition in the market. And if we are unable to do that, whatever we may say that, oh, there's a great technology development in a given research activity, it is not enough. And this is where, you see that the embargo which was placed for atomic energy or space has made us learn that we have to make the total technology and make it a success. And today we can claim that, yes, the atomic energy or the space have shown that we can not only make the technology, we make it competitive internationally. And that's very important. I think I also take 1 or 2 points from Professor Dr. Suresh, because he gave that important point on, first of all, the holistic education. You see, I mean, both in Professor Suresh's space university as well as in our Homi Bhabha National Institute, the issue is that education is not, getting a degree is not the finish of education. Getting a degree is a start of your education. So one has to continuously learn. So the process of learning, what we really learn in a university is not what we capture that and spend the whole career with that knowledge, but we learn how to learn. And if this learning how to learn is something which has to be given by the university to us, and that is very strongly promoted in NEP, that we must learn the skill of learning more and continue to learn. And there should be enough of opportunity for that process, that we continue to learn and can become always at the frontier of technology. And then only we'll be able to make it Atmanirbhar. Otherwise, by the time we learn and start doing something, it is the technology is already obsolete. So it's no way we can match up with the world in such a situation. So I think there are basic elements in NEP which are very important. They have also given the emphasis on Atmanirbhar, that on the issue of holistic education. You see, it is very, just a few days back, we celebrated the centenary year of Vishwabharati. So imagine 100 years back, this concept of holistic education was introduced, 100 years back. And it was always considered that creativity is not just defined in your own domain of activity, but one has to have a creativity across. And so one can be a good engineer at the same time can have some performing artist. So this kind of a thing must be there in the career development. And that again has been highlighted in the NEP, which I very much, but unfortunately, we haven't given this kind of a importance to our existing universities like in Vishwabharati, where this was initiated 100 years back. So only last point that I want to mention is that a little attitude difference will also be necessary. Attitude change from the part of the educationists, both teachers and as also the students, because we have to see that it's not just not a career making. Education is not only for making a career. It's something more than that. Is it that as a human being, with that education, you can contribute something which can better the lives of other human beings? If that element is not induced in us, it is not possible really to become neither Atmanirbhar nor what for we have come? What for? I mean, we spend our 40 years of career, we spend about 20 years of our education. What for are all this? And this is what is a very important question. It's not just for the kind of a glory that we get in our career or that success in career, but something more than that. And this also was very much emphasized in this holistic education, which even Tagore has mentioned. I can say something in Bengali because I saw that most of you are during the inaugural part, many people were talking in Bengali. So while I was thinking about it this morning, I just remembered a song of Tagore where he says, Esho ki hetha Joshero Kangali, Kotha gethe gethe nite korutali. In fact, I was writing a paper at that time. So writing a scientific paper is also Kotha gethe gethe nite korutali. Ke koribe kaj, ke ghuchate chai jononiro laj. If you take this, just the spirit, it's not just a glorification in academics that we think of your success. Success is that, is it not possible to do a little bit of work which also helps the humanity at large and our country particularly? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banerjee. In research, we often say that a problem well defined is a problem half done. So you actually rightly defined the scope of this slogan of self-reliance. And what it requires is not just investment of money, but also investment of time. One needs to be patient to be able to sustain the momentum. But you also pointed out that the devil lies not in the policy, but actually in its implementation. And you also made a very important point that collaboration should be the key if we really want to care for translating knowledge into technology. And you gave a number of examples as to where we started, but we couldn't actually hold the steam. So enough food for thought. Thank you again, Dr. Banerjee. And this allows me now to invite Mrs. Amita Sharma. 2014, when the NDA government came to power, there were a series of new initiatives launched by the then Ministry of Human Resource Development. Science and Heritage Initiative, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, RUSA, UAY, and so many. In my opinion, one of the biggest one was impacting research, innovation, and technology, imprint. All these initiatives were steered as the then additional secretary of MHRD, none other than Mrs. Amita Sharma. In fact, I remember her saying that budget allocation and other things, when it comes to the higher education institution, Mrs. Sharma would boldly declare that this is my money and I'm going to spend it on higher education and higher technical education. Such was her spirit. So we are very, very privileged to have you, madam. And we have a long list of questions before you, because we consider you to be extremely knowledgeable about the higher education space in the country, particularly in the technological education. The question that we would like to pose is, how will this pyramidal structure be realized? Unless we have a strong foundation, we cannot sustain. We want to reach 100% GER in the country within 10 years in the school level and 50% at the tertiary level. How is that going to be possible? And can we really ensure functional autonomy to all the higher education institutions through NEP? How will we implement this, and how soon can we realize the fruits? So a basket of questions, but I know you can handle them well. Over to you, Mrs. Sharma.
Well, first of all, thank you for making me part of this event, because I am not an alumnus. I am actually not even an engineer by training. I am a good old-fashioned English literature, and so I really don't see my role in this very eminent galaxy of educationists. And I'm also a retired bureaucrat. So I really think I'm very obsolete and have very little to offer, and I'm here more to learn. And just at the beginning, I'd like to say that the fact that we have such an eminent institution with such eminent educationists, and I'm really in awe of quite a lot of you. I've heard you all in different fora, and it's very difficult for me to say anything at all here. I mean, I'm scared. It's like a uneducated student in front of very eminent professors. I'm like very tongue-tied here. So please bear with me as I falter. That is to start with. And okay, I will, Professor Manan, now try to answer your questions, because I don't think a policy seeks to answer questions. A policy really seeks to provoke questions and to, it's somewhere in between, you know, looking back and then looking forward. And that's the very tentative twilight zones mostly policies remain at. So to expect any policy to come up with a categorical answer to questions will be very difficult. But let's look at the kind of concerns a policy has. And I think here, first of all, when you talk about the pyramidal structure of the NEP for 100-person school, well, pyramidal structures is the nature of education itself, because there is a learning progression. So there is a certain hierarchy in the way you organize curricula or learning objectives. But there's just one thing I like to say here is that in the diagram you showed, where now the new policy states that it's going in for a change from 10+2 into 3+2, and then, I know it says 5+3+3+4. But actually, what it also says is this is just a way of actually organizing curricula. This significant difference there is that it brings in ECE, early childhood care, as an integral part of a schooling system. And I think that's a huge, that's a very important and significant difference. I say that also because I was a deputy secretary and a member secretary to the Committee on Early Childhood Care way back in late 80s, when the policy was being reviewed and revised. And there was a big debate on where do you put early childhood education. And now it has taken so many years, and it's very solidly now been seen as an integral part of whole school education. So I think that is one significant difference that will lay better foundation for cognitive development, and all research shows that. But for the rest of this, the pyramidal structure, it remains pretty much the same, because you have class 1 to 2, and then 3 to 5. Then you have the upper primary, and then you have the high school. So there's not much difference in the way the school system has been organized in the education. How do you, so realizing that, when you say how do you realize it, well, it's not very clear to me. The problem in realizing it is not that there is any significant institutional change there. Much it has really depend on how, as a policy says, the curriculum is revisited. How do you reorganize the curriculum so that the curriculum is
Well, could I request everybody to kindly be muted other than the one who is speaking, please? Mr. Sharma, please go on.
Yeah, so as the policy states, the task there in realizing the pyramidal structure will really depend a lot on how the curriculum is reviewed and reorganized or revisited. So that's a task for the realization of the pyramidal structure. Otherwise, in terms of institutional organization, other than bringing in the early childhood care as part of the schooling system, there is no other difference therein. The one or two things that the policy looks at in strengthening the schooling system is, of course, like a foundational mission on a mission on foundational competencies. But then that's also not a new thing. I mean, that's a continuing of the earlier policy statements and program mechanisms as well. The biggest dropout actually occurs after class 8, when the transition to class 9 upwards, and then after school, post-school. How can that be, how can those enrollment gaps be reduced and a greater transition efficiency be attained? By strengthening the school system. And I think three things in it that I particularly liked. One was, see, and this comes more is from my field work in the States as an education secretary working in the schooling sector and then moving on to higher education, is teacher management policies at the school level tend not to encourage a sense of ownership. And the new policy actually talks of three very significant things there. How do you recruit teachers to schools rather than as a state cadre that is transferable? So it discourages arbitrary teacher transfers. It encourages school ownership of teachers, and it encourages subject-wise teachers. And I think that's very important. It hopes to fill in teacher vacancies. But I think this whole point about recruiting teachers on the basis of their subject specialization is very important. You can't have very strong grounding on science and math and language unless you have subject experts teaching that. So it also looks for professional development and career management of the teachers at the school level. I think these will help with the promotion of quality, equity, and encouraging students to move on. It also looks at flexible systems. Students can accumulate credits and drop in and drop out. So there's flexibility of also in the schooling system, and they get more than one chance. There are a whole range of these interventions that are proposed to reduce student dropouts. I will move to the functional autonomy in higher education issue now, because that's very interestingly discussed in the new education policy. And I am hoping that it's going to provoke a few questions from your side later on, Professor Manna. So we have, well, as other speakers said, it looks to reducing the conflict between different regulatory mechanisms, and to bring it all under the Higher Education Commission of India, HECI, and which itself will have 4 verticals. The first one for regulation, the second one for accreditation, the third one for funding, and the fourth one for setting standards. And there is a lateral link amongst them. This will be the umbrella for mentoring all higher education institutes in the country, private and public, And through a system of graded accreditation, there will be graded autonomy, hopefully within 15 years, or HEI as they're called, will have attained full autonomy. Full autonomy is manifested institutionally in the policy in terms of every institution having a board of governors that is fully autonomous, accountable to the stakeholders, and very transparent in its way of functioning and record keeping. And now, this is a bit of there is a hint of legislation which will overtake any prior legislations that are not in tune with the new HECI mandates. So this has to be thought through because there are some very fine legislations. The IIT Act, for example, the EST Act, because I did move the cabinet note and went to the parliament with some of the very eminent panelists here right now. So there is a plethora of good legislation that has actually encouraged many institutions right now to attain their levels of excellence right now. So how is that going to sit with the new HECI? That's one question. And because some institutions are far ahead of some others, and everybody is not on the same level. So how will these differences be managed and appraised to allow organic growth to each institution? Because that's the meaning of autonomy. Two, how will the board of governors relate to even when they're fully autonomous, relate to HECI? It talks about self-disclosure and use of technology, but there are many unanswered, many questions which have not yet been raised. So that'll have to be thought through also, I think. Probably committee of experts will have to go through these, and a lot of discussion will have to be held on how to, one, handle very varied institutions on these issues, and two, how to manage the relationship between individual institutions and HECI. So these are some things. Who will implement? Well, education is a concurrent list, so states will definitely implement, but it comes up with a range of new mechanisms, especially for the schooling sector in terms of standard setting and academic accreditation. But the one nice thing is that it looks to have a common framework for private and public institutions in terms of normative compliances. So that's going to be interesting because that means that the government is actually willing to make itself accountable to standards it sets for everybody else as well. I think I'll stop here and I can take questions later.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sharma. Actually, on behalf of the entire pool of alumni, we certainly owe you a big word of gratitude because you were the one who actually steered the IAST bill to the cabinet and also took forward the enormous amount of work done by Professor Anandakrishnan's committee with our own Professor Amitav Ghosh and late Professor D.V. Singh. So I think those of the alumni who do not know it should now know that you certainly played a very, very important and key role in that. But you also gave a very nice perspective that instead of answering the questions, the policy should also provoke newer questions so that we actually should explore new possibilities. The Higher Education Council of India, we do not know exactly what would be the shape, but certainly it should promote such new experiments. And continuity or to prevent dropout should be a big challenge. And as you rightly said, that importance of teaching is important, but more important is that the teachers should make learning more easy to follow and more interesting. So thank you again, Mrs. Sharma, and that allows me now to move to the hardcore technology man, steel man, Dr. Debashish Bhattacharjee, with an excellent exposure to the globe and the global technology evolution, not only because he's both Jadavpur University and University of Cambridge educated, but has been with the Tata Steel ever since. And India very proudly declares that from 100 or 112 million ton in another 5 to 10 years should reach 300 million tons of steel producing country. and be one of the foremost, possibly immediately behind China. But Debashish has seen the difficulties of implementing technology. Even if the knowledge exists, it's not so easy. So Debashish, to you, our question would be, what reforms did the industries expect from NEP? And are you happy, or you would probably have expected something more? And related to that, we would also like to know from you that how can NEP make India globally more competitive in the technology space? Over to you, Debashish.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Manna. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me at this forum, and it's a real honor to be sharing I can't say the stage, but the screen with such stalwarts. I feel humbled. So, when I got your invitation, I was thinking more from the NEP perspective going forward, and having listened to Professor Suresh, Dr. Srikumar Banerjee, and Ms. Sharma, and of course the previous inaugural program, I feel I should probably look at this and address this from the other side, the industry side, right? And then work backwards and make it join somewhere in the middle, which is the crux of your topic, higher education, right? So let's see what the industry is looking for, right? And let's see. And part of this was addressed by Dr. Banerjee when he talked about investment readiness level, right? Now, the crux of Atmanirbhar, or taking technology leadership in the globe, is not only about TRL levels, but about implementing technologies, bringing in new products which are sustainable both from on multiple fronts, from environment front as well as the commercial front, right? So it is about taking ideas which address the nation's needs, be it growth in steel, be it addressing the need for recycling of rare earths, be it addressing water, be it reducing CO2. It's about taking these problems, treating them as through TRL issues, and taking them from ideas at universities, pushing them through pilot scales at probably the CSIR labs, and then inevitably have industry pull the last part for commercialization. The collaboration that Dr. Banerjee was talking about, I would like to extend the gamut of that. It's not just collaboration between universities, it's collaboration across universities, CSIR labs, or labs of that stature which can take ideas to pilot scales, and inevitably industry. And the investment at each of these scales, each of these stages will be different. The university level of investment is relatively less. You can invest into multiple projects, multiple ideas. Whereas if you look at the industry, if you bring in a new concept, and new to the world concept, and scale up that technology to the commercial level, that's huge investment. It's in hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more, even for a small technology. So you cannot choose everything. You have to be very selective, which brings me to the issue of focus. Therefore, at the national level, where you are taking things forward with focus, you need to have focus. Dr. Banerjee again gave the example of silicon. We fell behind. Even today, as we speak, we are falling behind in multiple things. If we don't act today, there are other countries in the world which will overtake us, flood the world with their products, and make further development unviable. Right? It has happened in photovoltaic. It has almost happened in electronics. It may today next happen in battery materials. So it is important for us to identify what to focus in as a nation and as a group of industries. For example, as a group in group of steel industry in India. It's matters of national importance which will sustain this industry in the future. One example is CO2. CO2 capture, CO2 sequestration, CO2 use. The West has a solution, or tentative solution. It can capture the CO2, put it under the North Sea, or in a spent oil well or a spent gas well. India can't do that. India doesn't have that option. India has to find its own option, but it still has to find it. And it is an issue which is of national importance. It will be forced down our throat. It's an issue which is of importance to the whole steel sector in India. So as an example of focus. So now if you look at it from the industry perspective and the national education policy, what are we talking about? We are talking about national focus on key issues. We are talking about development of technology for the country, by the country. These solutions will not be available outside. And therefore, it is important to see these focus areas as a string of projects from university through CSIR labs or labs of that nature into industry for commercialization and for implementation. And we can then even take this out like the Europeans and the Japanese bring their technology in. We will be ready in 10, 20 years to take this technology out as an offering to the commercial offering to the rest of the world. What is needed for this? Does the national education policy give us that framework? So I was looking at the key salient points of the national policy, and it's talking about holistic rather than regimented. It is talking about how we think rather than what we think. It is talking about broadening. It is talking about choices of courses rather than straitjacketing. If I look at our engineering education today, it is more about straitjacketing. It is about a metallurgist going in and after 4 years coming out as a class 12 student going into metallurgy department, for example, and coming out as a metallurgist. The industry needs a more holistic engineer, not even for new technologies, even for running the current plants, right? It needs a more holistic engineer. Maybe specialization can come at a later stage of higher education as one progresses. I can probably at this occasion of alumnus gathering, I can push the imagination a bit more and suggest the medical system, an example of the medical system where the people coming in to medical come out as MBBS. They're all doctors MBBS. You specialize as a surgeon in a particular discipline after that, right? But you can serve humanity equally as MBBS. We need to have a more holistic education at the engineering level, to be able to choose courses beyond our straitjacketed departments, to have a more multidisciplinary approach. It is not only necessary for today's industry, it is also necessary for developing country and society relevant new technologies, which will make us sustainable in the future. A part of this necessity is also served by educating the educators. Right? The importance of the teachers to speak the languages across the TRL level or across the investment level, whichever parameter you choose, is extremely important. Today, in spite of a lot of goodwill from both sides, good wishes from both sides, the teacher's language and the industry's language are not the same. There's a lack of communication, there's a lack of collaboration therefore. I suggest that, as a strengthening of the implementation of NEP to make it more holistic, there be a framework where industry can come to academia. And you're talking about multiple entry exit points for students. Maybe there can be multiple entry exit points for teachers. And you're talking about teaching and research coming closer. So I think it is extremely important when you're looking at across TRL level necessities. You have industry people coming into academia at multiple entry points. Academics going into industry at multiple entry points and exit points. I don't know how you're going to structure it, but as a suggestion, as an idea, I think this will be extremely important to enable this collaboration to happen, and the holistic nature of technology development to be rooted in this country. I'll stop here for now, and I hope I have answered your questions and addressed the issue from an industry perspective with some examples. Thank you, Professor Manna.
Yeah, thanks very much, Devashish. Of course, you did touch upon, you brought in new perspectives, and as you said, from the industry's point of view, and that's exactly what we expected. And I think you certainly made a very important point that the MEP is talking about holistic education. The question, of course, remains that how do we achieve that goal? That's certainly a desirable goal, and how do we achieve that? And you talked about the importance of focus, which of course actually can happen probably at a slightly higher level, but you talked about focus for technology development, not for education. So the recipe that you're proposing is that the education be holistic, and eventually when we talk of technology creation, we should be ready for focus. We should also be ready with the right kind of investment. And you also reinforced what Dr. Banerjee was saying about collaboration, the need for collaboration, and also train the teachers. And that's also another very important. So these days, because of this pandemic, thank you again, Devashish. And
thank you.
You know, this situation we all actually are trying to figure out, and in the process already about 10 months or 9 months have elapsed. We still are struggling to understand how do we implement education at higher level through digital platform. And we have Dr. Manish Gupta here, who actually is, has a huge background in terms of not only in computer science and technology areas, but he has directly spent a lot of time in developing a platform for distance education using digital platform. So, Dr. Gupta, to you, our question would be, can we really implement, or can we really educate students in professional courses? Will we ever go to a doctor who has been totally trained by digital platform? Will we ever ask a civil engineer who has only been educated through digital platform to build my house after my retirement? Can we really instill that level of confidence when we have no other? This is certainly a very a situation which is completely unexpected. So that's why we are struggling to come to terms with it. But we also need to reach out to larger section of the population. And to achieve something like GER of 100% at school level and at least 50% at the tertiary level, there's no other goal than to rely more upon the digital platform. So how do you think, how much digital platform can actually replace classroom teaching or laboratory training, particularly for professional education? And how can mathematical skill and scientific training be improved through the new recipe of national education policy? So Dr. Gupta, we are very keenly waiting to hear your perspectives.
Okay, thanks, Professor Manna, for inviting me. So you have started with a very provocative question. Can education through digital platform replace classroom teaching and lab training? And in fact, again, let's go back to pre-COVID times. In fact, I would see a lot of teachers kind of scared by this prospect of digital platforms potentially replacing them, and hence a hesitation to adopt digital platforms. So my view is that teachers who do not use digital platforms, they are going to become obsolete. They will not be as effective as teachers who embrace and utilize digital platforms. Of course, COVID kind of forced some of this to be done, but in a very kind of a haphazard manner where we weren't really prepared for it. And the manner in which kind of we were forced to use these digital platforms, I mean, we are not necessarily using them in the best possible manner. So in my view, what these digital platforms can help is help teachers become much more effective facilitators of learning. So in fact, the national education policy places a lot of emphasis on learning rather than just teaching, because a teacher can see that often they spend so much of their time and energy on the lecturing part and not as much on the other aspects of facilitating learning. And I think that aspect can be very strongly like improved using these digital platforms, because today there are again wonderful online videos, video lectures available on any topic. Any topic you pick, you can find some of the best teachers in the world having kind of created videos describing those topics. So I think teachers should embrace utilizing these kind of online videos to support learning for their students. And what they can use is they can spend the time that gets freed up from their own lecturing to now spend more of the time on supporting the critical other aspects of learning, right? Things like critical thinking, problem solving, creativity. How do you inculcate those? And this is where I think teachers are best positioned to do that, because if they can spend more of the classroom time on things like discussions, which promotes that critical thinking among students, it also helps you develop some of these softer skills, communication skills, and so on, that are going to be very, very important for the students. So things like discussions, things like supporting, spending more time on problem solving, giving out assignments and helping, again, people, students, right, develop, hone their problem solving skills and supporting their creativity. This is where I think digital platforms can free the teachers from spending more time on these very, very critical activities. So that's one aspect. The other aspect that I think is digital platforms can help you with more of supporting assessment in a more continuous manner. Instead of spending more of the emphasis on these exams at the end of the entire semester or the class and so on, can you support more of assessments on an ongoing basis and rely less on just the formal examinations? Another aspect I would say is personalization, because not every learner is the same, and they come with different backgrounds, different rate at which they prefer to learn, different manner in which they like to learn, and so on. So digital platforms, I mean, we've always seen, again, digital technologies helping with personalization of various kinds of services, right? We have enjoyed banking, retail, all of these services, and we have seen so much of personalization that has been facilitated by technology. And I think, again, these digital platforms, in combination with the right teachers, they can facilitate that personalization. If a student is struggling with some material, can you recommend to them, can you more of the material on prerequisites to the concepts that are being covered? Or if a student is getting bored, can you again feed them more and more advanced material? So can you, again, these recommender systems that have been applied for recommending the right kind of maybe products to buy and so on, can they be developed in a more learning aware manner to recommend the right kind of content to the learner? And finally, I feel digital platforms can help support that lifelong learning. I think Dr. Banerjee earlier talked about, again, the huge need for learning to learn. And this is where I think through our formal education, the teachers, first and foremost, need to inculcate in the students a passion to learn and that ability to learn, to become effective learners, so that once they graduate out of these schools and colleges, that's not the end of their learning. As again, another panelist said, that's the beginning of their learning. So they have to, everybody needs to commit to lifelong learning. And this is where, again, I think digital platforms can play a very, very crucial role in supporting that lifelong learning. So let me now come to your second question of mathematical skill and scientific training. How can that be improved through NEP? I will actually not address this question directly, but on the other hand, talk about the other aspect of national education policy that Dr. Suresh emphasized earlier. Its emphasis on multidisciplinarity. And this is where I think what is really, really important for the mathematicians, the engineers, and the scientists of tomorrow to have a much more multidisciplinary education and much more grounding in all of these different facets, not just going deep into the mathematics or the engineering. So for instance, the national this again education policy is talking about all of these institutions, right, becoming universities down the road, with that emphasis on multidisciplinary education, which I think is the right way to go. Because we've for instance, I mean, if you look at the area of medicine, healthcare, we all know, I mean, despite all of these advances, it's kind of a broken system all over the world. And there is, again, that clear recognition that technologies like artificial intelligence and so on are going to really help us completely transform how healthcare gets delivered. Now, how do we?
আমি জানি না, এখন আমি দামটা বেড়েছে কিনা জানি না, কারণ অ্যাকচুয়ালি তো উইলস তো ছিল।
So I'm sorry, please mute yourself, except Dr. Gupta for the time being, please.
I should be brief. I also
Dr. Gupta, please carry on. I mean, you're touching very important points.
I also realize we are out of time, so I'll be brief. I think so we've had this distinction, right? IITs are providing engineering education, and we have had medical institutions providing education in medicine. We need to break down those barriers. And it's great to see, again, institutions like, for instance, IIT Delhi coming together with AIMS. It's great to see institutions like IIT Kharagpur, which have also established a school of medicine, right, along with engineering. It is extremely important, right, for us to bring these disciplines together, because this whole, for instance, example of AI plus X degree, where X is that domain, I think that's a great step, because we do need, again, technologists who also have at least good understanding in at least one domain. And they can bring that deeper understanding in that domain to really understand what are the right problems to solve using technology. And the other aspect is that emphasis on humanities, because I think technologists and mathematicians and so on, and scientists of tomorrow, they have to really make sure they really understand human behavior. I mean, they take humanities very seriously, because to the extent that they can combine the science and technology with understanding of human behavior, that is going to lead to far more effective technological solutions in the future than being very, very narrowly focused on technology. So I think with that, let me stop and hand it back to you to listen from the other panelists, as well as hopefully from the audience, people who may have questions for the panelists and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. And now, obviously, I mean, with your background of IBM and Xerox and now Google India, I certainly expected you to bat.
Hello?
Professor Manna, we seem to have lost your stream.
It seems to have been disconnected.
Okay, let me call him offline. This is Biman.
Should we move to the next?
Can you repeat?
Yeah.
Professor Banerjee, maybe we can have him.
Yeah, let's.
Professor Soumitra Banerjee.
Yeah, let us bring Soumitra in. Shopon, if you please. Okay, this is Biman Ghosh. Actually, Soumitra is my class friend from BE College. I know him from 1976. So for everybody else, we lost Professor Manna for the time being. So while Shopon tries to reconnect with Professor Manna, let me introduce Soumitra. Soumitra is the only Bhatnagar Award winner from our graduating batch of 1981. And he was with IIT Kharagpur. He did his PhD from IIT Delhi, and now he is with IISER. So the key question that we have fielded for Soumitra is how he sees the relationship of NEP 2020 for a erstwhile teaching intensive institute like BE College to the newly transformed IIEST that we aspire to be an institute for higher learning. So Soumitra, I know we talked about that, so please carry on, continue.
Yeah, thank you,
Take
Viman.
charge.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Indranil has been thrown off this meeting. Anyway, the new education policy actually envisages a few different types of institutions. Two major categories are the teaching intensive institutions and the research intensive institutions. And the NEP has come at a time when some of the institutions are on the way from being the first category to the second category. And IIEST is one of them, and there are other NITs, and some institutions are being upgraded from different types of institutions like the Indian School of Mines, like the BHU, to an IIT. And these institutions so far performed in a specific way. Now they're expected to perform in a different way, and there has to be a very well-planned transition process. And in a panel discussion, it is generally desirable that each panelist brings different perspectives. So I'll bring the perspective of an academic insider. All my life I have taught, and therefore that's all I know. I'll present here. So I'll go to presentation. Probably you can see, right? Viman, can you see?
Yes, Soumitra, we can see your screen. Please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll be basically focusing on orienting a teaching intensive institute to a research institute one, and what I think should be the steps taken. And I'm sure the leadership of these institutions that I just mentioned are taking some of these steps, but still I'll present my perspective. One important thing is that you can wish it. You can wish a changeover. And you have to take into account the history, and all that history is not negative history. There are also lots of positives. For example, as a result of the long period of existence as a teaching institution, the faculty of these institutions have got specialized in the art of teaching. And many of them have not really conducted research at a frontier level, but that this acquired ability to teach is also an asset, and that we have to protect by all means. And so one phenomenon in many of the foreign universities, as well as in the IITs and in our institute like IIST, is that every faculty member is expected to produce research results. And this is often created by sort of an administrative pressure. I feel that such administrative pressure for all faculty to produce research results might be counterproductive, because everybody might not be able to produce that. That will produce frustration and hampering the enthusiasm in teaching. So what is needed is a different approach here, administrative procedure. The institute has to produce a congenial atmosphere and the necessary infrastructure so that those among the faculty who want to do research, conduct research at the frontier level, they can do so without any hindrance. Hindrance in the path of doing one's research is a major problem in many academic institutions in India. And that is what the administrator's role is to remove. But there will be some who do not want. They consciously choose to excel in teaching, and they should also find a supportive administration. And I think this is important. Those who excel in neither research nor teaching should not find any prospect for career advancement. Very difficult to implement because it has a different history, but this is, I think, necessary. The scopes have to be created so that a faculty member can choose, can define on what basis he or she will be evaluated. And one can think of a total workload equalization scheme, which is practiced in many of the foreign universities, where somebody who engages in serious research and evidenced by the funding he or she brings, the research papers he publishes and things like that, as evidenced by that, they might have relatively lesser teaching load than those who declare to excel in teaching. It's not just anybody. Some people will be declaring to excel in teaching. Some people will aspire to excel in research. I'll propose that you make a distinction in terms of the load they carry in teaching. Faculty evaluation and promotion is one of the most important avenues tools by which the administration motivates the faculty. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because ideally, a faculty member should be self-motivated. You don't have to be told to do something. Nobody should have to wield a carrot in front of you in order to make you do something. But the ground reality is that often becomes necessary. When it does, then the evaluation and promotion process should be as objective as possible and as transparent as possible, so that you might have to publicly make it known. That means you have to set the goalpost. And when you set the goalpost, don't move it. Set the goalpost as you'll be evaluated on 4 yardsticks: the research output, excellence in teaching, attracting research funding, and how much institutional responsibilities you have taken. And one has to give a confidence in the faculty members by removing all subjective judgments as much as possible, so that if one performs in these aspects, or at least 3 of them, then career advancement is assured. It should not depend on somebody's favoring somebody or not favoring somebody. That confidence of the faculty in the administration is definitely needed in order to faculty to produce. If the older faculty who have specialized in teaching are not to be expected to excel in research, then how does research flourish? That has to come by recruiting new faculty. Now, here, that means you have to recruit research motivated and talented faculty, not only young, but also somebody at the leadership levels also. And this cannot be done through the usual governmental process of publishing advertisements and waiting for applications. Just waiting with a bowl in hand and expect the faculty members to come in. It doesn't work. You will get mediocre people. Good candidates in short supply. So what is needed to be done is, in view of this ground reality, one has to proactively identify prospective faculty through such committees and has to reach out to them. This is not done in most Indian institutions, but is common practice in foreign institutions. I know that because I also have been identified as a prospective faculty or by some universities abroad, and so they reached out to me. So I know this is a standard practice, even government institutions. And this should be done. That means you have to reach out to the appropriate faculty. Should not just wait for the appropriate faculty to apply to you. In terms of research infrastructures, there are certain things that goes without saying. There has to be ample space for setting up new labs. The administrative and clerical support for externally funded projects. In most of these institutions that have an older legacy do not have that. As a result, the faculty members who bring externally funded projects have to run after 100 things, even most of the time have to do clerical work themselves, and that burden should be removed, and there has to be a support system for that. Availability of a strong library and access to other resources of research information, and streamlined procedures for allowing faculty members to attend conferences, visit industries to explore possibilities of collaboration, visit funding agencies, etc. This is one weakness of the older institutions, that they have very, I would say, non-streamlined procedures. One often has to be favored in order to get these Also, the streamlined procedures for availing government fellowships for short-term visits abroad for collaboration, establishing collaboration. There has to be a very well-laid system so that one can, if one qualifies for it, one can really get it. And most importantly, you cannot excel in research unless you have excellent PhD students, because our research is actually done by them. We supply the ideas, but they do the nuts and bolts work. Now, it is therefore necessary to attract quality students. And that again cannot be done simply by publishing advertisements and waiting for applications. You have to reach out. And you have to reach out, you have to attract them through a strong outreach program, giving talks in other colleges and universities from where prospective students will come. Attract them, excite them about your own research work or the research work being carried out in your institution. And through summer research programs funded, the institute may fund such summer research programs in which students for those institutions will come from where you expect research students in future to come, and creating undergraduate research opportunities. So I would say that there are various things that are needed to be done in order to make that real, fruitful, and meaningful transition from being a teaching intensive institution to a research intensive institution. But a research intensive institution does not mean teaching in secondary there. This is something that has happened in many of the IITs. I'm sorry to say that. And that is not desirable. And therefore, the faculty members who are excellent in research should also aspire to be excellent in teaching. And I personally feel you cannot really do excellent top quality research unless you get the new inputs from new fresh minds. And that happens through teaching. Thank you. And you have to have good universities, collaboration with good university abroad. I'll stop here and maybe we'll have questions later. Thank you.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, well, I mean, I kind of lost the connection for a while. And when I came back, I realized that Professor Banerjee, being a professor, actually has turned the entire panel discussion into his classroom. And which was, actually, he was taking a tutorial to the administrators, academic administrators, and would-be academic administrators. But I certainly very, very much appreciate, Professor Banerjee, your viewpoints on what to do and how to actually inculcate the sense of merit-based advancement in career, and more importantly, how to promote the culture of competitiveness and innovation, spirit of innovation in engineering education. I sincerely hope that the IAST administration actually takes the benefit of the perspectives that you shared with us. Well, actually, we are, with Professor Banerjee, we have come to the end of the panel, and I happen to see a lot of queries, a lot of very interesting ideas and questions being thrown in the chat box. But when I have my full screen on, I cannot see those questions. So Dr. Ghosh should actually advise me how to proceed. But I must tell you that before we actually end, I would also like to, Mrs. Sharma said that the NEP should also provoke more questions. So I have a few more points to share with the audience here, and not to any panelists. And maybe in future, some of you would also like to think about it. And since we are provoking more new questions and new ideas, perhaps this would be useful in time to come. While we are approaching the midnight, I see a lot of the audience size is swelling. Maybe the ones from the US and similar areas are probably now waking up to join for this interesting discussion. I would just like to say that the whole panel discussion was aimed at trying to understand how do we go about implementing national education policy, particularly in the technological education sphere. And we had wonderful experts from the government think tank, from industry, both hardware as well as software. We had very eminent personalities in the form of Dr. Banerjee and Dr. Suresh. We have seen a lot of technology developments for the country in the past few years. We all had, and at the end, we found something very, very cogent and very well-structured presentation by Professor Banerjee in terms of how to actually take the institutions of repute to the next level. Reputation built over a period of time in terms of teaching, all right, but without research, we remain stagnant. As I said, two sides of the same coin of education. So how to make or convert the eminent institutions, teaching institutions into research and intensive institutions as well. So in this, at this juncture, Dr. Ghosh, am I supposed to say thank you, or would you be able to take questions from the audience?
No, Professor Manna, for sake of time, like, of course, time flew. We have like 90+ minutes and just went like Zoom. So it's really a very, 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 very well attended panel discussion, and I cannot thank you enough. And also all our panelists. So the questions that came up in our chat box, I'm sure our technical team will collect them, collate them, and as appropriate, they will fill it to you to get insight from our distinguished panelists. So at this point, I'd request you to draw the curtain on this esteemed panelists and panel discussion.
Okay. So then on behalf of the entire pool of alumni who are present today for this interesting event, I would like to extend my warm gratefulness to all the panelists, Dr. Suresh, Dr. Banerjee, Mrs. Sharma, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharjee, Dr. Manish Gupta, and finally, Professor Soumitra Banerjee, for giving us new lights and their very own and very, very thoughtful perspectives as to how we can move ahead and make the best use of NEP to make India not only self-reliant, but to be counted among the topmost nations in the technological sphere in the world. So thank you very much. And from my side, I would like to now say goodbye and thank you again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Manna. Thanks to all our distinguished panelists. And it's my pleasure that in the middle of all his busy transition from IIT Kharagpur to being the Vice Chancellor of BIT Mishra, like back in August when we started talking about this discussion, Professor Manna kindly agreed to steer this event. He's a great, not only, like I would say, the lieutenant colonel, brigadier, whatever you say, and a team leader, And as I said, from his cricketing days, as I've seen him from his early ages, he's still as sharp taking a cover drive as he is today. So with that, I'd like to thank Indranil or Professor Manna in this case, and definitely we'll come back again with further discussion on NEP and important topics like this, where IIST can really put a imprint on the Indian educational landmark and also in the global platform. Thank you all, and I give it back to Professor Indranath Sinha. Indranath, please.
Thank you, Bhimanda. I wish we could go on and on. It was really a mesmerizing event, and we simply walked from marble to marble. So many things, pondering over so many issues, offshoot of NEP 2020. So thank you, Bhimanda, for conceptualizing it, and thank you, Indranil, for putting it through. Now, time has been a big constraint. We started 15 minutes late, and now we are running almost at about half an hour late. So we had to stop. It's a pity, but I believe that the thoughts that it has provoked will definitely make us question, and we would be hearing from you again.
Professor Sinha, one request from my side. I hope somebody has recorded the panel discussion. Could it be uploaded in YouTube or some other public platform?
It is being uploaded simultaneously, and it is being streamed there, so it would be recorded there.
Okay.
I hope.
Yes, absolutely. Not hope.
Now,
hope is not a strategy. This is
now let
commitment
us
from my
go
side.
to the next event. That is, we have an open house. The idea is to relive our past. Those willing to speak on the occasion may kindly just show their willingness on the chat box. And I have only two requests. Number one, be as brief and as to the point as possible. Try to complete your deliberation in 3 minutes time. And of course, I need not have to emphasize, no controversy, please. As the names start pouring in, maybe meanwhile, we can ponder over two issues. Rather, we can look back. We all know that the Bishop College, Kolkata, is celebrating 200 years of its coming into being. They started their journey in this campus where we are now. Dr. Vibhor Das, Assistant Registrar, IAS to Shibpur, has compiled and scribbled the chronological details of the growth and events and development in the campus. And he has published a book, he has written a book also, which is to be published shortly. And we would just have a glimpse of it, and then we would come back to the event. Very short intervention from Dr. Vibhor Das. Dr. Vibhor Das,
good evening, all respected alumni and my former Vice Chancellor, Professor Ajoy Rai. I am thankful I shall now present my book, all respected alumni, and request them take a look at it. Sure.
200 years of Shibpur campus, a historical journey from Bishop's College to present day, is an effort from the editor to remember and acknowledge all those who have stepped here in the past and left their attempts and contributions in shaping the history of their alma mater. All alumni of B College inherit the cultural heritage of this age-old institution. Their efforts and researches in this country and abroad provide an inspiration and purpose which has led to the development and growth of Indian technology and science.
Excuse me, the video is not visible. I think we need to project it again.
And documents which were previously
not clearly visible
in the sands of time. It has taken the editor more than 10 years of extensive research to collect the data from various sources such as libraries, archives, websites, and books. The former Vice Chancellor and Director, Professor Ajoy Kumar Roy, has always played an important role in encouraging the editor to pursue this work of collecting the glorious accounts of contributions made by great minds who had helped in establishing the identity of this college. The book was launched in Bishop's College by the present Bishop, Reverend Paritosh Canning, on 15th of December 2020 and will be available from 31st of January 2021. It is a great privilege of the editor to present the book in the Global Alumni Meet organized by GABESU. Finally, it is also an honor to inform that the book will contain the list of all the alumni of the college from the year 1864 to 2020, the beings who have studied here. Thank you.
So, Dr. Das, can I take over?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very, very much. I had the opportunity of going through the compilation, and let me reassure all of us that it is an excellent compilation. And I wish, Dr. Das, that you shouldn't find a publisher to publish it, and so that we can all enrich ourselves the past and bask in the past glory of our own alma mater. With these few words, may I come back to the topic of theme of the discussion now, that is the open session. But before that, I'd just like to inform this August gathering that a few perpendicular events have made us really proud. Alumni in small groups have been taking up many philanthropic projects. To ponder on that, I would once again request Dr. Viman Ghosh, 1981 Metallurgy, to kindly unmute himself and throw us some light.
Thanks, Indro. I'll not take much time, and this is actually a time which is very challenging, is an understatement, right? So all of our younger brothers, I would say, they have shown us that how the BE College spirit can actually put an impact on individual life as well as a teaching for all of us. This time I'm talking about none other than Anup Raut, one of our younger brother, 1998 civil engineering. He actually lost the major functions of both of his lungs due to COVID. And in order to combat the lung fibrosis, actually alumni from all batches outside of BE College and from all extent of life actually poured in their support. And this is a journey. There is an article, Anup the Peerless, and this is actually written after Anup completed his lung transplant. Both of his lungs were replaced. And that's the journey I would request all of you to read, to support Anup. It's an awesome fight. Standing in the ER for 100+ days is not an easy challenge. Stay by the side of his two younger sons, and also, of course, by the side of Sudipta or Dola, his wife. And I would not like to take any name because those younger brothers will then kill me. But there is a very, very spirited superhuman beings. They call it BE in uppercase, capitalized later. So stand by their side, stand by Anup's family and everyone else that are in need of other people's help. So this is a spirit, this is a journey. So keep up the passion, help by the side of other alumni. Please, Indro, take over. Thank you.
The names are yet to come by. It is, we note that we have amongst us none other than Professor Ajay K. Ray, the former Vice Chancellor GABESU and the former director ISD Shippo. May I request Professor Ray to kindly speak a few words? We really are running out of time. We have a cultural program to follow. So those of you who are interested in speaking, please come forward. And yes, Sandeep, next you will be there. Let Professor Ray speak. Then I would invite Sandeep Nanda. Professor Ray, are you there? Professor Ajay K. Ray? Pending his unmuting, I think we can ask.
Can we hear?
Nanda? No, no, Professor Ray is here. Yes, sir.
Yeah. A very good evening and good morning to all the alumni of Bengal Engineering College, GABESU, and IIST Shipur. So this is a grand occasion for all of us. And ever since this very program was started sometime few years back on the last day of December, every December, So this was a great opportunity for all of us to meet and then to really rejoice the whole day. So a wonderful program starting right from the morning and then ending up to late hours with the cultural program. So I will take this opportunity. In fact, in between for 1 year, I think last year I missed it. I didn't go to the venue. But then this year I got invitation personally. Anjana, Biman, Partho, everybody had written to me, and then I'm here. In fact, I was listening to the panel discussion, which was excellent to say. Although I would just like to point out one thing, you know, the whole world of knowledge and learning, it is a process of evolution. It's not that it's coming for the first time, the education policy. So those who are interested, you can just see that right from 1947, Radhakrishnan Commission, then in 1952, Commission, then 1964, 86, 92, 2009, it was not a commission, but a small part. And then after that, 2020. So there had been large number of such commissions, and not you know, in some cases, they have given a lot of emphasis. And those who are really interested to see that what was talked about in those reports, that's really amazing. And that will show you that what is new in this particular 2020, you know, whether the whole concept of interdisciplinariness, which in fact, I'm sure that in many institutions we have been doing for a long time, and we have been in fact, in our own institute, B College, we started several such centers which were essentially interdisciplinary in nature. And one of them was our Green Energy Center, which had 65 crores of rupees as the funded project. And even today, this is one of the major, you know, I mean, centers of excellence, where a few days back, the BST hub was inaugurated. And many of you have seen that, thanks to our alumni, that when we started it in 2010, thereafter, you had helped us in just, you know, I mean, giving money for funding one professor's position. And I will never forget, that was the beginning. And when we were made, in fact, from GABESU to IIST, I do not have any hesitation to say that each time any of our, you know, I mean, visitors had come, they were given the opportunity to visit this center. All of them. And in MHRD, we had a big name because of this center. So 65 crores of, you know, funded project is not a small thing. I do not know what is the condition of that center today. We also had, say, for example, so this was an interdisciplinary center. Another interdisciplinary center was the Center for Health, Science and Technology, CHEST. And there also, when I left, we had one project. In fact, I was the PI of that project, 11 crores of project, which had come. Later on, in fact, now I understand that they are doing great work. So I can tell you, although I am not associated with the institute in any administrative area, but I keep track of what kind of research is going on. But then, you know, I mean, since this is I remember still that the director or whosoever, somebody from the institute had to first present that whatever is going on, whether it's in the area of research or whether it's in the area of new mode of teaching, now say digital learning, etc. So all that I can tell you that since the whole process is an evolutionary process, So it is the evolution, and continuously everybody must see that historically how it has evolved. And it is this history which is the only truth. Nothing is truth, nothing else. So from, today it is 164th year of our great engineering college. From 1856 to 2020, only last month, in the month of November, we completed 164 years. Imagine that for so many years, the institute has given such a bond. Even today, many times, I dream at night, and I dream those roads, I dream those places where it was almost, especially as a VC and director, I used to every morning just roam around the campus, such a beautiful campus when the British did it. And then how the research has grown there, because without research, nothing can come up. So I am very happy that at least, a lot of infrastructure, the research infrastructure could be developed during those 10 years. 65 crores worth of equipments in the green energy, Center of Health Science. We also had a lot of projects in, for example, chemistry department, and that was a center for sophisticated instrumentation. Today, we have got NMR in our institute, and a large number of teachers and the research scholars from physics, chemistry, material science, they are using it. Material science, imagine that those days, M.N. Dostur had given the money to start that. M.N. Dostur was a great friend of Professor Shield. M.N. Dostur and Dr. Shield, they were so friendly. And then it was at the request of Professor Shield that M.N. Dostur those days had given such a huge amount of money. And with that, M.N. Dostur Center for Material Science, it came up. And they were doing good. I'm sure that the institute must give enough of support to such centers which are bringing glory to the institute. Because an institute will be glorious with its research, with its funded project, and then, you will be known almost globally. And I'm sure that the institute administration should give a lot of fund. If not a lot of fund, at least some good faculty members should be given. In Shibpur, in fact, I know that it's very difficult to convince the ministry, and this is one of the major points. This year we had only 39,000 crores in our annual national education budget. Imagine that Meru, that this present, I had a talk directly in one of the Chamber of Commerce, the same kind of, discussions were taking place. And then Dr. Kosturi Rangan was the main speaker. Just before him, I spoke. And after that, in the question and answer session, I was asked to interact with him. So it was just side by side. I was asking questions and he was answering. I knew him for a long time, Dr. Kosturi Rangan. So the major problem is that where from the money will come? Nothing is possible without money. And in today's world, China is going to overtake even United States by 2028. Imagine where we will go. And until and unless enough of infrastructure, research infrastructure is created, not much can be done. Dr. Bibhor Das has written this book. I still remember that from the old library, which is not visited. In our library, B College library, you may not know that there are large number of very good books which talked about the history of this institute. So Dr. Bibhor Das, ever since he joined this institute, he was going through those books, and then he had
we have a very
lots
limited
of
time,
material.
Sir.
So
we are running out of time. Can you, please
yeah, just 2 minutes, because I think that for 10 years association, Yeah, if
okay,
you
but we have
right
time
now.
constraint.
But then this is, yeah, I'm sorry that for taking more than 3 minutes. Anyway, it's okay then. But my, very best wishes to all the alumni. Please have a wonderful time and let 2021 show new light on all of us. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. When you speak, we feel like, listening. It is really your eloquence and your erudition we are really fond of, as you will know. But time is really a very big constraint. And some other day we would like to, definitely to hear you online. And as you wished, next year perhaps we will be meeting physically in the campus. Thank you very much once again. I would request Sandeep Nando, if you're there, please unmute and take the mic. Sandeep Nando.
Thank you, Professor Sinha. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody, wherever they are, my respected seniors and brothers, sisters, and juniors. I'll try to keep it as short as possible, but first and foremost, thank you to the entire team of GABESU, whoever has worked relentlessly to make this happen. This is a wonderful initiative and we all are enjoying today. Thank you once again. Bimanda touched on Onup's point, so just wanted to put one statement. Yeah, it is a long journey, no doubt it's a long journey, and our sincere appreciation to entire alumni fraternity, starting from maybe 1960, 1963 to till date, whoever has contributed enormously. However, this is a long journey even post-transplantation, and it is going to take much longer time in the hospital than we initially estimated. So the costs are going to shoot way high. I will share regular updates, but we need support from entire alumni fraternity again. Similarly, there is one more case going on for Tamal Ghatakda, 1985 electrical, who is going through 4-year-long immunotherapy treatment. So we have a separate initiative for that. Apart from that, we have Gauri Shankar De, 2003 civil, whom we lost due to COVID. So we're trying to help his family. So these are the 3 active initiatives going on. Anyone are welcome to support. Now coming back to my two requests. Oh, before that, I also like to highlight that in pre-COVID situation, we also planned Route 55 run today, right? So as you know, that we try to club it with Alumni Day so that everybody can participate. We missed that opportunity to support Sarmojibi Hospital this year, but we look forward to come back again next year on Route 55 run. To GABESU, I'll have 2 requests. And the first request is both to GABESU as well as the institution alumni cell, that I know it is a great initiative, but try to involve alumnus more and more, not only from academic point of view or research point of view, but I'll be more interested in activities on, say, personal skills, soft skills, life skills, along with sports and cultural events, which are very much important in today's world. And like say, Dr. Roy, thank you when you introduced that different activity clubs. That was a great idea in addition to the activity of students. I'm sure that can expand to every sphere of life. So that was my first request. And second request will be, there is a huge discussion going on in different alumni forum on a group insurance for alumni members. So if that can be taken as an official initiative from either GABESU or from institution alumni cell, I think that will be a wonderful help to enter alumni fraternity. With that, thank you very much. And back to you, Inroda.
Thank you, Sandeep. And as Bimanda was just a few minutes back pointing out that we have branded you as super beings with capital B and capital E. Keep it up. We are there with you.
Okay. Let me take another 10 seconds. It is not me. It is a
it's team.
In number of alumni members.
I mean, okay, you take you as plural. Okay, you as plural. Now, may I, before I...
Indro, just only one thing. You know, I found that today we have with us Dr. Gautam Chattopadhyay with us.
Yes, we have.
He is one of the outstanding
and distinguished
Can
alumnus.
you invite him to say a few words? Gautam.
Yes, sure.
87 Electronics. He's in with...
we know he is with NASA. Propulsion Laboratory.
So Gautam, if you are there, if you can say just, inspire our... yeah, Gautam is there.
I mean, in the recent past, we had some distinguished alumni talking to our students, and that was really a very, encouraging event we had. For the information of Professor Ray, I thought that I should share. Yes, Gautam.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's thank you, Ajoyda, thank you, Indroda, thank you, Bimanda, and everyone else. It's really a great honor to be here and listening to all the discussion that had been going on. And of course, we grew up on the campus of B College. So whenever, people say that when our school actually make that bodied bheet, the thing about the foundation of our education is actually from the school level, but what makes us our college education, particularly the B college education, is that made us who we are as a person. So that is one of the most important factor of our life. So it is such a great honor to be here. And whenever I talk about B college, whenever I talk about anything to anyone, B college comes first to our mind. So I know we have heard a lot about how we can improve our college, how we can improve the education systems. Great to see that so many of all these alumni are coming together, and I am always ready to do my part to help in any way, in any small way. All of us, we do not need an invitation. That's the part of our B college, the spirit. So we, whenever I go to India, I always try to make a point to visit, the B college, because that's where fond memories are. So with these few words, I want to wish everyone a very happy 2021. I know that 2020 has been such a difficult time for many of us. Hope that because of the new vaccine, and also just want to make sure that, the education and the research played such a big role in getting the new vaccine out in such a short time. So that also will show that, when we all put our heads together, what we can achieve. So we'll have to do the same thing for our college, for the upliftment of our college, for the betterment of our college. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Gautam. Actually, we have a cultural program that would follow. So, and that was as per schedule, it was to start by 9:30. And we are running already very, very late. So I take two more. And my rider is very simple, that whosoever I invite, whosoever is shown interest, please restrict your time. Okay. I mean, restrict your deliberations to within 3 minutes. You will have to complete. Sri Partho Sarkar, 1967 Civil Engineering. Would you like to speak a few words?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Hello, I have nothing to say excepting that you are conducting a very good meeting, and that's as much I'm going to say. And I see my and many of our old professor Arun Dev in the audience there. So can we invite Professor Dev to speak a few words? He may be the senior most member here today.
I was wondering, Arunda, demand from everyone that you unmute.
Am I audible? Hello, everybody. Namaskar.
Yes, Professor Guldar, yeah.
Actually, it is my privilege now to speak to everyone. And আমি একটু বাংলায় বলবো, আপত্তি নেই তো?
না না দুলাল্লাহ বলুন, বলে ফেলুন প্লিজ। হ্যাঁ,
না আমি এতক্ষণ ধরে ইংরেজিতে শুনছি। আমাদের শিবপুরে একটা কথা ছিল, যে ইংরেজিতে বলতো কিছু গালাগালি খেত। তো আমি বাংলায় এইটাই শুধু একটা কথা বলি, আমি যখনই কলকাতায় যাই দিল্লির থেকে, তখন আমি ক্যাম্পাসে যাই। প্রফেসর রায় ছিলেন, ওনার সঙ্গে দেখা করতাম। আমাদের অন্য যারা ছোট ফ্যাকাল্টি সিভিল ইঞ্জিনিয়ার তাদের সঙ্গে দেখা করতাম, ইনক্লুডিং অ্যাপ্লাইড মেকানিক্স, সিভিল আর মেকানিক্যালের যারা। তা ক্যাম্পাসের অ্যাট্রাকশনে আমরা এখনো বসে আছি যে আবার কখন যাব। তো এবারে আর সুযোগ হলো না। আশা করি আগামী 21-এ আমরা ভালোভাবেই সেখানে যে আমাদের অনুষ্ঠান করতে পারবো এবং আমরা একজন আরেকজনের সঙ্গে পরিচিত হব। বিশেষ করে আমার বন্ধুরা যারা ক্লাসমেট, পার্থ আছে, ওই কিছুদিন আগে আমরা আড্ডায় বসেছিলাম, অনেকদিন ওদের সঙ্গে দেখা হয়নি, তো সবার সঙ্গে দেখা হয়ে যাবে। আর যেটার আমি কথা বলছি, অনেকেই আমাকে বলছে, আমি অনেকদিন ধরে প্রফেসর রায়কে রিকোয়েস্ট করছিলাম যে আমরা শিবপুরে তো পড়াশোনা করেছি, কিন্তু দিল্লিতে এখন কাজের জন্য হোক যে করেই হোক বেশিরভাগ যারা দিল্লিতেই আছে, কিন্তু যারা নতুন ছাত্র তারা কাজের জন্য দিল্লিতে আসেন এবং তাদের জন্য অনেকেই পড়াশোনা করতে চায়, কিন্তু আবার যদি ফিরে শিবপুরে যেতে হয় তাদের জন্য, তাহলে সেটা মুশকিল হয়ে যায়, চাকরিটা থাকে না। সেই জন্য আমি ওনাকে অনুরোধ করেছিলাম যদি একাডেমি অ্যাক্টিভিটি দিল্লিতে করা যায়, নিউ দিল্লিতে, কিপিং দ্য আমব্রেলা অফ শিবপুর, IIST শিবপুর, তাহলে আমরা অনেক ছাত্র পেতে পারি। এবং সেটা রাখার জন্য আমি Alumni.hrs অনেকবারই লিখেছি নোটে, এইটাই আমার অনুরোধ। এটা যদি চর্চা হয় নিজেদের মধ্যে কি করে কি করা যায়, কারণ তখন জাস্ট ইউনিভার্সিটি শুরু হয়েছে, অনেক নিয়ম কানুন তৈরি হয়নি, এখন যদি কিছু করা যায় সেটাই আমার অনুরোধ। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you. Usha Shankar Bhattacharya wants to speak. I would like to say once again, stress once again, that please complete your, deliberations within 3 minutes. Usha Shankar Bhattacharya.
Just 1 minute. Dulal Goldar was a principal of the Delhi Engineering College.
Yes.
If you didn't know.
We know. He was a big donor to our swimming club.
Yeah, but for all in the panel, you should know that.
Swimming pool project.
Panel should know that.
No, he has been very much.
পড়াতে আমি সরি পড়াতে আমি ভালোবাসি, এখনো আমি পড়াচ্ছি, অনলাইন পড়াচ্ছি।
আমাদের পড়া
ঠিক আছে থ্যাংক ইউ। হ্যাঁ উষা বল।
বলবো?
হ্যাঁ বল প্লিজ।
আচ্ছা, গুড ইভিনিং টু অল অফ ইউ। এবারে হবে ভাবিনি, লকডাউনে তো কি করব বসে বসে, একটা
টাইম একদম শর্ট
$1 বিলিয়ন প্রজেক্টগুলো একটা আইডিয়েশন করেছি, কমপ্লিট করেছি, এটা অনেক আগে আরম্ভ করেছিলাম, গত অ্যালামনি মিটেও বলেছিলাম। একটু সবাইকে বলতে চাই যে ইফ ইউ মে find the time, please go through it on the Facebook magazine for New World Order. 5 search words, magazine for New World Order. The ideation is now complete. I've been doing it for 3-4 years, and being in the placements, I know that the institute reputation building is very much necessary. So it is a kind of ideation by which I would like to. I have highlighted about 75 projects in which many people can participate. Each project is of potential 100 crores, and many of our unemployed students can get employed there. Many of our professors can do PhD and DSc kind of work. Second thing is, I would like all alumni to join over there. There are many people who are businessmen, there are many people who are abroad. So if you all join together and make it a big success, I think then only we can touch not only JU, but IITs also in the reputation, placements and other kind of things. This is one thing. Second thing is, I would like to place a proposal that in the few crores industry that IIEST is, why don't we give scope to our alumni students, especially who pass out without employment in some of the departments? There is a lot of supply scope is there. So whether or not we can give them some kind of preferential treatment. My third talk is that we should have a cell, especially manned by alumni, to how we can improve the performance of the college in all levels. And in the staff level alone, there are some politics and other things that there are these things we should minimize.
Usha, there is a GABESU policy not to interfere into the institute's policies, programs, and projects. How the institute runs, it is the institute's business. GABESU will never interfere. Okay. Should the help short solicited, we would come forward. So please keep that in mind. If you don't have much to add, can I say that you have completed?
No, just a second more. 10 seconds I will take more. One humble thing I wanted to say about the cultural event. In the cultural, why we have set some criteria, arbitrary criteria that alumni have to give this or alumni have to sing that or that. And even after I made the criteria and made some presentation, my item was not presented. I do not know why this has happened. If the organizers will leak upon it from the next time. All the alumni should be allowed to present whatever cultural they feel. That's my humble opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to take this question from Usha. I know there were some talks going on. Jakun Usha he expressed his interest, but Usha at that time also I think our program coordinator told you that we have a theme which we have decided initially. So based on that we did. I think I could answer you.
So if Sudhamshuda is here, we'd like to hear. Or Arundep, Professor Arundep. If not, I think we
are running out of time.
Yes.
We are running out of time.
We are running out of time, so I can close it. There are some points which are worth considering and we would consider, but there are some views which are really, going against the government policy, we cannot really, wishful thinking is not what we should do here. Anyway, this was, many of you have contributed your thoughts. And as I mentioned that listening to Professor Ajay Rai is always a delightful event. So thank you all. Now let us switch over to the cultural program. Because we know that as we land in say Howrah station or somewhere, this word big college gives us some musings, and that musings is very simple. That unless there is a cultural program, B college alumni meet is never complete. So therefore, let us switch on to that. Now is the time for finance. And we present a bouquet of dance, songs, and recitation. Anchor, our ever-vibrant President, Srimati Anjana Ganguly Roy, Anjanadi. And the soiree will be coordinated by Sri Indranil Sen, 1980 Architecture. Over.
This is a pre-recorded program. Our host, can you please start playing it?
Should I?
I think Chapunda, are you connecting?
Who is playing? Myself. Okay.
Indranil is playing, no?
Yes. So before I really start this program, I would like to say that I would thank GABESU for giving me this opportunity to do what I love doing most. This is a pre-recorded session, and this is how the world is going now. There are 3 parts to this program, which means that there are three videos. And I would request everybody to stay till the end, because the end, as they say, don't miss the end. I'm sure you will love every bit of this.
তুমি কি চাইছো মানে স্বপন or Amitabh will take over and play from their drive?
স্বপন
না, Indralila is on mute.
স্বপন প্লে করো, ইন্দ্রলিন স্টপ করে যাও।
I think Indralila has some technical issue here.
Okay, Swapon, please get started.
কোনো কারণে শেয়ার হচ্ছে না।
না, সেই জন্য স্বপনকে বলছি, স্বপন প্লিজ গো অ্যাহেড।
না কেন শেয়ার হচ্ছে না, কেন শেয়ার স্ক্রিনটা তো পাচ্ছি না আমি।
ইন্দ্রনীল শেয়ার স্ক্রিনে সবুজ অ্যারোটা হবে তোমার।
না আসছে না, আমি তো ওখানে ক্লিক করছি কিন্তু ওখানে।
ওকে, we request Swapon to take over. Swapon please.
তুমি ছেড়ে দাও, তুমি স্টপ করে দাও। আমি তো করে স্টপ করেই দিয়েছি কিন্তু শেয়ার স্ক্রিনটা আসছে না আমার কাছে।
ওকে Swapon please.
I think Swapon, the video is not.
যেটা শেয়ার স্ক্রিনে প্রবলেম হচ্ছে, আমি শেয়ার স্ক্রিন পাচ্ছি না তো।
এখন অমিতাভ শেয়ার করছি, অমিতাভ গো অ্যাহেড।
তুমি আবার দিলে কেন? আমি দেইনি, এটা অমিতাভ দিয়েছে।
আচ্ছা আমি শেয়ার করছি তাহলে, যখন সিন্স উই আর হ্যাভিং আ প্রবলেম।
কর।
হ্যাঁ করো। After a long pending and rejuvenating quintessential Bengali Adda, let's now move on to our last program of the day, cultural program, an assimilation of extraordinary performances from our alumni community spanning across decades. In this program, we take you back to the golden era of Bengali and Hindi songs of 1960s and 70s. Most of these songs being practiced and listened number of times in our hostel life and in annual reunions. Program also includes experience of a group of our young alumni through their college days. The inaugural presentation of today's cultural evening will be a recitation by Maloy Niyogi from 1980 batch electrical, currently located at Howrah. Maloy is an avid elocutionist and has many of his works uploaded in various social media platforms. Today's presentation is, however, penned by his batchmate Indranil Sen. So let us go straight into his presentation on the history of our college. B College Riti Katha.
What is going on? Shall I play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
ব্যাচের সহপাঠী ও প্রিয় বন্ধু ইন্দ্রনীল সেনের লেখা বি কলেজ ইতিকথা। একই অঙ্গে এত রূপের কথা বলি শোনো, 1856 তাই ভুলো না কখনো। বিশপ নামক কলেজের জন্ম এই বছরই, গঙ্গা তীরে শুরু হলো শিক্ষা কারিগরি, গঙ্গা তীরে শুরু হলো শিক্ষা কারিগরি। কিছুদিন কাটার পর হলো সি কলেজ, ভারত সেরা তখনই ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং নলেজ, ভারত সেরা তখনই ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং নলেজ। 1921 সালে জন্ম হলো আরেকবার, বি কলেজের হলো নাম তার, হলো মোদের সবার। 1921 সালে জন্ম হলো আরেকবার, বি কলেজ নাম হলো তার, হলো মোদের সবার। এই নামেতেই কেটে গেল বেশ কয়েক দশক, কত কথা, কত স্মৃতি, কত নতুন চমক। ক্লক টাওয়ার, লর্ড সোভাল, আই হল আর জিম, সাহেব পাড়া, মুচি পাড়ায় ছড়ানো সব ড্রিম। ক্লক টাওয়ার, লর্ডস ওভাল, আই হল আর জিম, সাহেব পাড়া, মুচি পাড়ায় ছড়ানো সব ড্রিম। পাল্টে গেল নাম আবার, এবার হলো বেসু। কালের নিয়ম এইটাই তো, বৃদ্ধ হলো শিশু। কালের নিয়ম এইটাই তো, বৃদ্ধ হলো শিশু। নতুন নামে নতুন তেজে চলল কয়েক দিন, কিন্তু পুরনো সেই মেজাজখানা রইল অমলিন। নতুন নামে নতুন তেজে চলল কয়েক দিন, কিন্তু পুরনো সেই মেজাজখানা রইল অমলিন। তারপর বেসুর খোলস ছেড়ে হলো IIEST, তারপর বেসুর খোলস ছেড়ে হলো IIEST। সবুজ ঘেরা আশ্রমটা রয়ে গেল একই, সবুজ ঘেরা আশ্রমটা রয়ে গেল একই। ক্ষেত্র ছেড়ে দেশের হলো পেল অনেক কিছু, গর্বে আমার মাথা এখন ভীষণ রকম উঁচু। ক্ষেত্র ছেড়ে দেশের হলো পেল অনেক কিছু, গর্বে আমার মাথা এখন ভীষণ রকম উঁচু। প্রাক্তনীদের মিলন মেলায় বছর ঘুরে আসি, পুরনো সেই দিনের কথায় মনের কোলে ভাসি। প্রাক্তনীদের মিলন মেলায় বছর ঘুরে আসি, পুরনো সেই দিনের কথায় মনের কোলে ভাসি। এই মন্দিরে ঠেকিয়ে মাথা করি জয়ধ্বনি, আমার জীবন তোমার কাছে চিরকালই ঋণী। এই মন্দিরে ঠেকিয়ে মাথা করি জয়ধ্বনি, আমার জীবন তোমার কাছে পুরোপুরি ঋণী।
Thank you, Malloy, for the wonderful presentation that has reminded us of the history of our alma mater, about which we are so proud of, be it in any name whatsoever. The next presentation is from Niladri Sanigrahi, based out of Texas, USA. Niladri is a civil engineering graduate of 2001 batch. Niladri will be presenting us a 1966 evergreen hit song by the late Shubir Sen. The song was composed by Abhijit Banerjee and written by great Gauri Prashanna Majumdar. So without wasting much time, let's get to the rendition of this evergreen love ballad by Niladri. Noy thakle aro kichukkhon.
ज्योत्स्ना भेजाए रात, নয় থাকলে আরো কিছুক্ষণ, নয় রাখলে হাতে দুটি হাত, নয় ডাকলে আরো কিছু কাছে, দেখো জ্যোৎস্নাতে যাই রাত। তোমাকে দু চোখ ভরে দেখি, কাজল মুছে গেছে কি? তোমাকে দু চোখ ভরে দেখি, কাজল মুছে গেছে কি? এখনই বলো না চলে যায়, শুধু একটু ভাবতে দাও তুমি যে আপন, নয় থাকলে আরো কিছুক্ষণ, নয় রাখলে হাতে দুটি হাত, নয় ডাকলে আরো কিছু কাছে, দেখো জ্যোৎস্নাতে যাই রাত। পাহারা দেয় যেন তারের তীরালো, যেন পালিয়ে না যায় আজ মনে প্রাসাদ ছেড়ে। মনে হয় তোমাকে নিয়ে থাকি সেই প্রাসাদে গিয়ে, মনে হয় তোমাকে নিয়ে থাকি সেই প্রাসাদে গিয়ে। তুমি যে আমার রাজকন্যা সেটুকু ভেবে হোক বাসর যখন, নয় থাকলে আরো কিছুক্ষণ, নয় রাখলে হাতে দুটি হাত, নয় ডাকলে আরো কিছু কাছে, দেখো জ্যোৎস্না ভেজায়
Thank you, Niladri, for your lovely presentation. No wonder that the time was called the Golden Era. What quality of lyrics with the mellifluous music. So rightly, I think we have chosen this to be our theme for today's evening. After this wonderfully rendered nostalgic presentation by Niladri, we will dive into a set of 2 songs, one after the other. The next 2 songs will be back-to-back dual versions set to tune by the maestro Sholil Chaudhary. We shall first present the Hindi version from the film Usne Kaha Tha. The original song is a duet sung by Talat Mehmood and Lata Mangeshkar. Breaking the usual trend of the Burmans, who usually turn their earlier Bangla hits to Hindi later, the Hindi version in this case was first released in the year 1960 and Sholil Chaudhary landed in Bollywood. The next number will now be presented by Choitali Haldar of 2013 batch Civil Engineering, presently located in Maithon. Aha rimjhim ke ye pyare pyare.
सुहानी देखो बीत लिए मीत मेरे सुन झुके प्यारे प्यारे गीत लिए आहा हा
Thank you, Chaitali. Wow, very refreshing and sung with so much fun. Without wasting much time and to keep on the mood and flavor of the song going, let us hear the Bangla version, which was originally sung by one of the doyens of Bangla music, Shamol Mitro. The Bangla version was released immediately next year as a Durga Puja release in the year 1962 and had gone to become a huge hit of those times. Let us now hear the rendition of this song from Purnendu Mukherjee, a 1975 ETC, who is currently located in Kolkata. Aha oi aka baka pot.
আহা ওই আঁকা বাঁকা যে পথ যায় সুদূরে, আহা ওই আঁকা বাঁকা যে পথ যায় সুদূরে, কোন হরিণী করুণ তার কান তুলেছে, এমন দিনে তুমি মোর কাছে নাই, হায় স্মৃতিরা যেন জোনাকির ঝিকিমিকি ঝিকিমিকি, ওই আঁকা বাঁকা যে পথ যায় সুদূরে। জীবন বৃন্তের থেকে ঝরে কত না স্বপ্ন গেছে মরে, জীবন বৃন্তের থেকে ঝরে কত না স্বপ্ন গেছে মরে, তবুও পথ চলা কবে যে শেষ হবে জানি না, আহা ওই আঁকা বাঁকা যে পথ যায় সুদূরে, কোন হরিণী করুণ তার কান তুলেছে, এমন দিনে তুমি মোর কাছে নাই, হায় স্মৃতিরা যেন জোনাকির ঝিকিমিকি ঝিকিমিকি, ওই আঁকা বাঁকা যে পথ যায় সুদূরে। আপন নীড়ে ফিরে গেছে পাখি, নীড় হারায় আমি পথে থাকি, আপন নীড়ে ফিরে গেছে পাখি, নীড় হারায় আমি পথে থাকি, ভাবি এখনো মোরে আকাশে চেয়েছে ভাবো কি, আহা ওই আঁকা বাঁকা যে পথ যায় সুদূরে, কোন হরিণী করুণ তার কান তুলেছে, এমন দিনে তুমি মোর কাছে নাই, হায় স্মৃতিরা যেন জোনাকির ঝিকিমিকি ঝিকিমিকি, ওই আঁকা বাঁকা যে পথ যায় সুদূরে।
Thank you, Purnenduda. So very interesting. The greatness of Shalil Chaudhary was such that two songs on the same composition was made to sound so different. A real gem of a composition, and so aptly presented by Chaitali and Purnenduda. The evening is now turning out to be a very enchanting musical night. Thanks to both of you for choosing this song. The rags and ragas have got their utmost importance in Indian music, and rag-based composition continue to provide beauty and melody to Indian cinema since ages. Next performance of this evening is a song based on Rag Khambaj from the famous movie Guide. Dance performance in the movie was by Wahida Rahman and song was sung by Lata Mangeshkar. Music composed by S.D. Varman. The song rendition of this super hit will be done by Ritagni Mazumdar of 2013 ETC, currently located at Kolkata. पिया तो से नैना लागे रे।
पिया तो से नैना लागे रे, नैना लागे रे, जाने क्या अब आगे रे। जब चांद चमके जल उठे तन मेरा, मैं कहूँ मत करो चंदा इस गली का फेरा। रात को जब चांद चमके जल उठे तन मेरा, मैं कहूँ मत करो चंदा इस गली का फेरा।
No words are enough to appreciate Ritagni. Youth deserve a big round of applause. The presence of Bengal in the music scenario of Bollywood has always been great. It will be an injustice if another great son of Bengal is not remembered while we are in the golden era of Indian music. Yes, you guessed it right, my dear friends. Hemanta Mukherjee, also popularly known as Hemant Kumar. His stepping stone film 20 Saal Baad had released in 1962 and had become a super duper hit with another great Bengali, Bishwajit Chatterjee, as the hero. The biggest hit from that film, which had a kind of become an anthem in the early 60s, will now be presented by Kaushik Ray of 1991, a metallurgical engineer and then masters from IIT Madras.
बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए। बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए। देखिए वो काली काली बदलियां, जुल्फ की घटा चुरा न ले कहीं, चोरी चोरी आंख शोक बिजलियां, आपकी अदा चुरा न ले कहीं। यूं कदम अकेले न आगे बढ़ाइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए। बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए। देखिए गुलाब की वो डालियां, बढ़ के चूम लेना आपके कदम। देखिए गुलाब की वो डालियां, बढ़ के चूम लेना आपके कदम। खोए खोए भंवरे भी है बाग में, कोई आपको बना न ले सनम। बहकी नजरों से खुद को बचाइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए। बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए। जिंदगी के रास्ते अजीब हैं, इनमें इस तरह चला न कीजिए। खैर है इसी में आपकी हुजूर, अपना कोई साथी ढूंढ लीजिए। सुन के दिल की बात ना मुस्कुराइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए। बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए। बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारे कसम लौट आइए।
Fantastic would be an understatement. No wonder that Kaushik has also into a successful musical career in Kolkata, along with his engineering engagements. If you have noticed, our program of today is ably represented by the old and the new generation. We now jump to the kid in the block, a pass out of 2016. Yes, The next song will be presented by our youngest performer of today, Prerona Dash of CST, who is currently pursuing her MBA at XLRI Jamshedpur. The combination of Sholil Choudhury and Lata Mangeshkar changed the course of modern Bengali song forever. This song became one of the most important and most beautiful songs in history, with practically flawless Bengali accent by Lata Mangeshkar way back in 1959. Later in 1960, the super hit Hindi version appeared in the movie Parak. Based on a story, guess by who? Sholil Choudhury again. Prerona will present to us another dual version of this golden era hit. So Prerona, Na Jeo Na. Sometime I feel that we were blessed to have been born in that era of Indian music when the zenith was reached. Prerona and her lives, born decades later, still connect so easily with the golden era. And Prerona has presented this evergreen song so beautifully and with so much care and elan. We are now slowly coming to the tail end of today's program. But before we walk towards the curtains, why not give some food to our musical brains so that we may debate within ourselves and with our friends the fine difference between inspiration and plagiarism. Sholil Chaudhary, in his Greatness of Things, had composed many evergreen hits which were supposedly inspired by European classics. Today we have chosen one such case to roll on the debate. The great Charlie Chaplin film Limelight was released in 1952. Surprisingly, not many of us may know, Chaplin was also a great musician and had composed the theme music of this film, which later had attained cult status in the world of music. To begin this episode, we now present a triple dhamaka. And to start, let us hear the theme from Limelight from our own Shajul Mukherjee, 1980, electrical, currently located in Mumbai. Shajul will play the theme on his harmonica with a small reprise at the end on guitar by Indranil Sen of 1980 architecture. So without much ado, let's hear the theme music. Mind-blowing, actually searching for words of appreciation. Keep it up, Shajul. Now let us come back to the subject of inspiration versus copy. As per practice, all big artists in the Bengali music fraternity used to release 2 songs just before Durga Puja. In the year 1963, Sholil Chaudhary composed this song, which was sung by Dijen Mukherjee. Now Sholil Chaudhary's greatness was such that in spite of the tune being highly inspired from Limelight theme, it never looked like a copy-paste job, and connoisseur of music would appreciate this greatness. We now present the song sung by our Parthasarathi Bose of 1985 architecture, currently located in Kolkata. Partho, in addition to his architecture, also practices his music professionally and is quite well known in music circles. Pallovini go Shancharini.
পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি যত দূর চাহি আকাশে আভাসে তোমারই দুটি নয়নের চাহনি পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি যত দূর চাহি আকাশে আভাসে তোমারই দুটি নয়নের চাহনি পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি হাসি রাশি তার ঝরনা ঝরে কুসুম দুটি মন গন্ধে ভরে হাসি রাশি তার ঝরনা ঝরে কুসুম দুটি মন গন্ধে ভরে যখন সে চলে চরণে প্রাণ ঢলে ছম 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 রিনিক ঝিনিক যত দূর চাহি আকাশে আভাসে তোমারই দুটি নয়নের চাহনি পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি তাহার হাতে মন যা খুশি করা এমন যেমন খুশি ভাঙাবা গড়া তাহার হাতে মন যা খুশি করা এমন যেমন খুশি ভাঙাবা গড়া এই শুধু জানি আমার মন খানি দাম কিছু না দিয়ে নিয়েছে কিনি যত দূর চাহি আকাশে আভাসে তোমারই দুটি নয়নের চাহনি পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি পল্লবিনী গো সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি যত দূর চাহি আকাশে আভাসে তোমারই দুটি নয়নের চাহনি পল্লবিনী সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি পল্লবিনী সঞ্চারিণী মন না দিয়ে আর পারিনি
No words to appreciate this classic rendering by Partho. Fantastic, even if I am becoming repetitive. But as said earlier, Sholil Chaudhary was one who had reserved the trend. The Hindi version of this inspirational number was included in the Devanand starrer Maya, released in 1961. That is 2 years before Pallavini. This epic number was sung originally by great Muhammad Rafi, and who could be better to render the Hindi version than one of Rafi's greatest follower and fan, our own Indranil Sen of 1980 architecture, who I am told has 100+ songs of Muhammad Rafi in his YouTube channel. So without much talking, let's get into the Grove of Limelight theme once again, but on a different mood. Zindagi hai kya sun meri jaan.
जिंदगी है क्या सुन मेरी जान, प्यार भरा दिल मीठी ज़बान। जिंदगी है क्या सुन मेरी जान, प्यार भरा दिल मीठी ज़बान। प्यार तुझे देगा वो मालिक ओ प्यारे, ज़बां मैं मीठी तेरी करूँ यहाँ। जिंदगी है क्या सुन मेरी जान, प्यार भरा दिल मीठी ज़बान। होठों से मीठा मीठा रस टपकाओ जी, आइसक्रीम वाला आया जी। होठों से मीठा मीठा रस टपकाओ जी, आइसक्रीम वाला आया जी। तेरी गली में लगा दी मैंने छोटी मोटी सी दुकान। जिंदगी है क्या सुन मेरी जान, प्यार भरा दिल मीठी ज़बान। प्यार तुझे देगा वो मालिक ओ प्यारे, ज़बां मैं मीठी तेरी करूँ यहाँ। जिंदगी है क्या सुन मेरी जान, प्यार भरा दिल मीठी ज़बान। माल खजाना यही सब रह जाएगा, यहाँ से कोई कहो क्या ले जाएगा। माल खजाना यही सब रह जाएगा, यहाँ से कोई कहो क्या ले जाएगा। माया है माया ये दुनिया की दास्तां। जिंदगी है क्या सुन मेरी जान, प्यार भरा दिल मीठी ज़बान। प्यार तुझे देगा वो मालिक ओ प्यारे, ज़बां मैं मीठी तेरी करूँ यहाँ। जिंदगी है क्या सुन मेरी जान, प्यार भरा दिल मीठी ज़बान। प्यार तुझे देगा वो मालिक ओ प्यारे, ज़बां मैं मेरी मीठी करूँ यहाँ।
There is so much talk on these two songs. Well, copy or inspiration can be a subject of debate for some other time. But without saying much, exceptional performance by Indranil, and it has really made our day. With so much heart from our alumni as old as 1975 batch to as newer as 2016. I'm trying to be a little demanding now. Why not try an old with the new duet? Separated by about 4 decades, can we not have a duet where we can hear both these generations, 36 years apart, together in a duet? May I request Indranil of 1980 and Prerana of 2016 to present us with a duet of their choice.
Okay, Anjanadi. Is this kind of an old meets new situation? Well, I am ready to take it head on if Prerana agrees. Which song? I leave it to her. Let the lady decide.
তোমারি নয়নে পাওয়া তোমারি সুরে গাওয়া এই গান খালি রেখে যায় ও গো
Stop. This is the solo by Lataji. I thought we were asked to sing a duet. Okay, then why not the Hindi version of this song only? And again from the film Maya.
तस्वीर तेरी दिल में जिस दिन से उतारी है तस्वीर तेरी दिल में जिस दिन से उतारी है फिर तुझे संग लेके नए नए रंग लेके सपनों की महफिल में
तस्वीर तेरी दिल में जिस दिन से उतारी फिर तुझे संग लेके नए नए रंग लेके सपनों की महफिल में तस्वीर तेरी दिल में
तुझे संग लेके नए नए रंग लेके सपनों की महफिल में तस्वीर तेरी दिल में
तुमसे नजर जब गई है मिल जहाँ है कदम तेरे वही मेरा दिल तुमसे नजर जब गई है मिल जहाँ है कदम तेरे वही मेरा दिल झुके जहाँ पलके तेरी खुले जहाँ जुल्फे तेरी रहूं इसी मंजिल में तस्वीर तेरी दिल में जिस दिन से उतारी तुझे संग लेके नए नए रंग लेके सपनों की महफिल में तस्वीर तेरी दिल में
रुक न सकेगा दिल का सफर उठाएगी दुनिया मगर रुक न सकेगा दिल का सफर
यूं ही नजर मिलती होगी यूं ही शमा जलती होगी तेरी मेरी मंजिल में
तस्वीर तेरी दिल में जिस दिन से उतारी है फिर तुझे संग लेके नए नए रंग लेके सपनों की महफिल में तस्वीर
तेरी दिल में जिस दिन से उतारी है, फिर तुझे संग लेके नए नए रंग लेके सपनों की महफिल में, तस्वीर तेरी दिल में।
So fulfilling, refreshing, and overwhelming, exceptional, and so well coordinated. Thank you, Indranil and Prerana.
Over to you, Bimanda.
Well, thank you, Amitabh. Thank you for our total cultural team, Indranil and everybody. Thus far, it's really a very overwhelming experience. I'm so surprised to see that we have so many talents. You know, I graduated in 81, taught at BE College till 1994, but didn't have the opportunity to get interacted and exposed with this huge pool of talent. I guess from this point onwards, whenever we have any alumni day, we may not need any invited artists to perform, because that's what I am receiving from different friends and the professional way they are approaching this program. It's awesome experience, Inaugural team and all the performers. I cannot just name everybody, but you are awesome. Your professionalism in performing, tuning up with the theme. I see that how Anjanadi is bridging everything from one song to other, the content, the music, the tones, and everyone. It's just a wonderful experience. I know Shitangshu already extended his vote of thanks, but no thank is appropriate for this awesome team. So my kudos to all of you. Thank you. Over to you, Indraila.
In that case, I'll move forward with the third video clip.
Third video, yeah. Third visual.
Our next performance is a collage of thoughts and dreams by a group of beings, as they would like to be called, about the most memorable days of life in our century-old campus. This is a true story of the young bloods who have assimilated every drop of their experience from their campus life in B College. This is a story of growing up from a boy to man, from a girl to lady, along with the dreams that are sky high and mixed with the values and simplicity that has been infused in their system. Today's performance is scripted, narrated, and performed by a group of 4 2012 pass-outs: Shreyan Nandi from Metallurgy, Shoham Sinha and Dipanjan Majumdar of CST, Rupsha Dashgupta of IT, with able guidance on the production from Indranil Sen of 1980. All except Shoham is based out of Kolkata. Shoham is currently located in Boston, USA. So let us soak ourselves with the memoir on the life of our alma mater. Ek jhak ichhe dana.
টিপ টিপ করে বৃষ্টি পড়ছিল সেদিন। আকাশের মুখটা আমাদের মতোই ছিল গোমড়া। পিছনে ফেলে আসা 18 বছরের আদুরে সময়গুলো বারবার করে সতর্ক করে বলছিল সামনের অজানা অচেনা জটিলতার কথা। যাই হোক, বুকে একটা দুরু দুরু ভাব আর বেশ কিছুটা উত্তেজনা নিয়েই ঢুকে পড়লাম সেই বিখ্যাত ফার্স্ট গেটটা দিয়ে। দাদারা পরে অবশ্য বলেছিল মান সম্মানগুলোকে একটা পুটুলিতে বেঁধে গেট দিয়ে ঢোকার সময়ই ওই পুকুরে ফেলে রেখে আসতে, যাতে 4 বছর পরে বেরোনোর সময় তুলে নিয়ে যেতে পারি। কারণটা অবশ্য আন্দাজ করতে সেদিন রাত্রিটাই যথেষ্ট ছিল। মুস্কো মতো কয়েকজন দাদার ঘরে ঢুকে ইন্ট্রো আর র্যাগিংয়ের পর্ব কাটিয়ে উঠতে না উঠতেই প্রথম কলেজের দিনের জন্য অপেক্ষা শুরু।
প্রথম কলেজেরই দিনটা আজও ঠিক মনে পড়ে সিনটা, প্রথম কলেজেরই দিনটা আজও ঠিক মনে পড়ে সিনটা। দাদা দিদি হাত ধরে সিঁড়িতেই বসে পড়ে, দাদা দিদি হাত ধরে সিঁড়িতেই বসে পড়ে, আর আমার চোখটা ঘুরে বন 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 বন। সুইটহার্ট, আই এম সিটিং অ্যালোন। সুইটহার্ট, ফর মি দেয়ার ইজ নান। Sweetheart, I'm sitting alone. Sweetheart, for me there is none. তারপরে কেটে গেল মাস 4, ফিউজ কলেজে কত ফিউচার। তারপরে কেটে গেল মাস 4, ফিউজ কলেজে কত ফিউচার। বন্ধুরা পার্স খুলে একে ওকে তাকে তোলে, বন্ধুরা পার্স খুলে একে ওকে তাকে তোলে, আর আমার প্রাণটা করে চন মন মন মন। সুইটহার্ট, আই এম সিটিং অ্যালোন। সুইটহার্ট, ফর মি দেয়ার ইজ নান। সুইটহার্ট, আই এম সিটিং অ্যালোন। সুইটহার্ট, ফর মি দেয়ার ইজ নান। একদিন লন থেকে বেরিয়ে একতনয়ার দিকে তাকিয়ে, একদিন লন থেকে বেরিয়ে একতনয়ার দিকে তাকিয়ে, হট করে কি যে হলো মগজটা ঘুরে গেল, হট করে কি যে হলো মগজটা ঘুরে গেল, তার কানের সামনে করি ঘ্যান 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 ঘ্যান। সুইটহার্ট, আই এম সিটিং অ্যালোন। সুইটহার্ট, ফর মি দেয়ার ইজ নান। সুইটহার্ট, আই এম সিটিং অ্যালোন। Sweetheart, for me there is none. কাটিয়ে কোটা 5 উইকেন্ড, সাথে নিয়ে এলো এক বয়ফ্রেন্ড। কাটিয়ে কোটা 5 উইকেন্ড, সাথে নিয়ে এলো এক বয়ফ্রেন্ড, আর আমার সঙ্গে আলাপ করিয়ে দিয়ে বলল, এ আমার কেউ নয় পিস্তুত ভাই হয়, এ আমার কেউ নয় পিস্তুত ভাই হয়। শুনে মোর মাথা ঘুরে বন 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 বন। সুইটহার্ট, I'm sitting alone. Sweetheart, for me there is none. Sweetheart, I'm sitting alone. Sweetheart, for me there is none. For me there is none. For me there is none.
দিন কাটতে লাগলো এমনি ভাবেই। আস্তে আস্তে সবকিছু নিজের হতে লাগলো। চারদিক, হস্টেল, ক্যাম্পাস, সিনিয়র দাদাদের দাদাগিরি, সমস্তটাই। এমনকি এখন ভাবলে হাসি পায়, কোন জুনিয়রকে কোন দাদাদের দল বেশি র্যাগিং করবে তার একটা মোটামুটি সুস্পষ্ট ভাগাভাগি পর্যন্ত হয়ে গেল। এমনি করে আস্তে আস্তে গড়ে উঠল আজকের বি কলেজোচিত দাদা দিদি সম্পর্ক। কখন যে প্রচন্ড খারাপ লাগা কথাগুলো ব্রজবুলির মতো হয়ে গেল আমরা ধরতেও পারলাম না। বারবার লুকিয়ে সিনিয়র দিদিদের ঝাড়ি মারা বা র্যাগিং খাওয়ার নাম করে গিয়ে আড্ডা জমানোর মিচকেমি হারমোনি তুলতে লাগলো লাভার্স লেনের হাওয়ার সুরে। আই হলের পিছনে স্যার বা দাদাদের লুকিয়ে কোম্পানিতে আগুন লেগে যাওয়া সিগারেটের লাস্ট কাউন্টার বন্ধুত্বগুলোকে রিডিফাইন করলো। সেই স্বাধীনতার আড়ালে শুরু যৌবনকে চিনতে শেখা।
যখন নীরবে দূরে এসে যেখানে পথ পেকেছে তোমায় ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি আবেশে দিশাহারা তোমায় ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি আবেশে দিশাহারা আমি ছুটে যাই সে গভীরে আমি উড়ে যাই কি নিবিড়ে তুমি কি মরীচিকানা ধ্রুব তারা তোমায় ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি আবেশে দিশাহারা।
আস্তে আস্তে ক্লাস বাঙ্ক, কাকার ক্যান্টিন, বৌদির চায়ের দোকান, পরীক্ষা বানচাল হয়ে যাওয়া, এগুলোর মধ্যে দিয়ে আমরা হতে লাগলাম বড়। সেকেন্ড হাফের ফার্স্ট ক্লাসে ঘুমে যখন চোখ ঢুলে পড়ছে, ঠিক তক্ষুনি স্যারের চক ছুঁড়ে মারা, বা সাপ্লির ভয়ে জোর করে ল্যাব করতে যাওয়া, এগুলো এক এক করে জীবনের অঙ্গ হয়ে উঠতে লাগলো। পরীক্ষার আগে গাঁতুদের ক্লাসে পাঠিয়ে তারপর স্যারের পায়ে পড়ে যাওয়া সাজেশনের জন্য, এবং স্যারেদের বারবার নাকচ করা সত্ত্বেও পরীক্ষার ঠিক আগের দিন কি করে যেন একটা সাজেশন ঠিক জোগাড় হয়ে যেত। তখন বুঝতাম না, আজ হয়তো কিছুটা বুঝি। ছোটবেলায় সুনির্মল বসুর একটা কবিতা পড়েছিলাম, সবার আমি ছাত্র। আসলে বি কলেজের প্রতিটা মুহূর্ত আমাদের এই একইভাবে দিয়ে গেছে পরবর্তী জীবনে চলার জন্য এক একটা শিক্ষা।
চেনা মুখ ছুঁয়ে থাকা দৃষ্টি, এলোমেলো আড্ডা, চায়ের গেলাস, ঘুম ঘুম ক্লাসরুম, পাশে খোলা জানলা ডাকছে আমাকে তোমার আকাশ। নির্বাসন এমন সকাল হয় অবিরত অপচয়, ছাইদানি ভরা থাকে মরা আগুনে। যাও মেঘ বলে দাও আমি ভালো নেই, জেগে থাকে কথা ক্যান্টিন কোন, ভোরে বেজে ওঠেছে টেলিফোন। ফুলে ঢাকা পথ হোক নির্জন, একা পথ পড়ে আছে নিঝুম আঁকা ক্লাসরুম, পাশে খোলা জানলা ডাকছে আমাকে তোমার আকাশ।
এইভাবে চলতে চলতে আমরাও যে কবে ওই বি গার্ডেনের বুড়ো গাছটার মতো সিনিয়র থেকে সিনিয়র তর হয়ে উঠলাম, তার হিসেব রাখতে যে পারিনি তা বলাই বাহুল্য।
ল্যাব, সাপ্লি, অ্যাসাইনমেন্ট, ক্যাম্পাসিন, গ্র্যান্ড ভাইভা, স্যারেদের বকা পেরিয়ে ফোর্থ ইয়ারটাও গুটি গুটি পায়ে এগিয়ে চলল শেষের পথে। খেয়াল করাই হয়নি যেন কবে হোস্টেল সুপার হয়ে উঠেছেন অভিভাবক আর বন্ধুরা হয়ে গেছে ভাই। ক্যাম্পাসিনের দিন কাঁচা হাতে বন্ধুদের টাই বেঁধে দেওয়া, বা সাপ্লি পেয়ে ক্যাম্পাসিনে বসতে পারিনি যে বন্ধুটা, সেই বন্ধুটার আমার চাকরি পাওয়াতে আমার থেকেও বেশি খুশি হওয়া, এই সব ঘটনা বোধহয় একটা পারিবারিক পরিবেশেই সম্ভব। শেষ রেবেকার শেষ দিন, পল ইয়াদ আয়েঙ্গে ইয়ে পল, গানটা হওয়ার পর ওই ফার্স্ট ইয়ারের ফার্স্ট গেটের পাশে পুকুরে ফেলে রাখা সেই সম্পত্তিটা তুলে আনতে গিয়ে দেখলাম জলে ভিজে বেশ ভারী হয়ে গেছে। চোখটা তখন জলে ঝাপসা হয়ে যাওয়ায় বুঝিনি 4 বছরে এই শালিমার স্টেশন থেকে বি গার্ডেনের এই গেট অবধি গঙ্গার ধার পর্যন্ত আমি এই পরিবেশটা থেকে যা নিয়েছি তারই ওজনটা জমা হয়েছে ওই ঝুলিতে। প্রথম দিনের সেই কিশোর কবেই হয়ে উঠেছে পরিণত একটা মানুষ।
যেখানে তোমার আমার কোনো কথা নেই কোথাও থামার, ঠিক নেই ঘরের হদিশ, শুধু আছে পথ কত দূর নেই তা জানা। দুঃখ নেই কিছু সেখানে, নেই সুখ খোঁজবার কোনো দায়, প্রয়োজন নেই কারো একা বসে ভাবা একটু বাঁচার উপায়। কেঁদো না বন্ধু আমার, গাও গান নিয়ম ভাঙা, যে গানের শেষেই আছে ভোরের আকাশ। এক ঝাঁক ইচ্ছে ডানা, যাদের আজ উড়তে মানা, মিলবে তাদের অবাক স্বাধীনতা।
আজ যখন বাইরে প্রচণ্ড প্রফেশনালিজমের চক্করে ফিরে তাকাই, শুধুই পড়ে থাকা আধুলির মতো কানে বাজে কাকার ক্যান্টিনের ডিমগোলার শব্দ, ক্লাস বাঙ্ক করে তাস খেলার ছবি, ল্যাবে বন্ধুদের সাথে খুনসুটির মাঝেও আমাদেরকে মানুষ করে তোলার জন্য স্যারেদের নিরলস প্রচেষ্টা। ক্যাম্পাসের স্লোগান হয়তো বদলে গেছে কনফারেন্স কলে। সকাল 8টার ক্লাসে যাওয়ার ল্যাদ ঢেকে দিয়েছে ক্যালেন্ডারে দাঁত বের করা মিটিং ইনভাইটগুলো। রাত্রে বন্ধুদের সাথে ক্যাম্পাস ঘুরে বেড়ানোর আনন্দ কিনে নিয়েছে কোটি ডলারের টার্নওভার। কিন্তু আজও ভাবতে ভালো লাগে, ওই বি গার্ডেনের বটগাছটার শিকড়ের মতো আমাদের শিকড়টাও মাথা উঁচু করে থাকা ওই ক্লক টাওয়ার পরিবৃত ক্যাম্পাসটাতেই রয়ে গেল। সেই জন্যেই হয়তো রুট 55 চেনা শহর থেকে বিচ্ছিন্ন একটা ক্যাম্পাসে বড় হওয়া এই বাঁদরগুলো আজও এই বি কলেজের গর্বটাকে ওই বটগাছের ঝুড়ির মতোই সাপোর্ট সিস্টেম করে মাথা উঁচু করে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে।
এক ঝাঁক ইচ্ছে ডানা, যাদের আজ উড়তে মানা, মিলবে তাদের অবাক স্বাধীনতা। এক ঝাঁক ইচ্ছে ডানা, যাদের আজ উড়তে মানা, মিলবে তাদের অবাক স্বাধীনতা। যাদের আজ উড়তে মানা, মিলবে তাদের অবাক স্বাধীনতা। এক ঝাঁক ইচ্ছে
Fantastic program, fantastic.
Fantastic, really
If you
excellent.
have enjoyed our program, inspired by the words of fantastic speakers, amazed by the voice of singers that have been amassed for us, and enriched by the footprint we have made, if you have seen and heard and experienced things that you feel have changed you for the better, thanks to the wonderful audience that you are, on the verge of closing 7th Global Alumni Day, let me salute all those who designed, built, executed, and participated in it, thus contributing to its success, countering the harsh reality that we all are witnessing due to biggest pandemic world over. Thank you and stay safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, dadas and didis, bhais and bones. Am I missing something? Yes. My former students.
ব্যাকটার মধ্যে বলতে হবে একটাই সময় লাগে তো এরা পুরো ডিফেন্স ভরে রাখে এই টিমটা ব্রেক করা খুব মুশকিল
Indra, you are on mute.
I'm unmuting myself.
Yeah, that's okay. Please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dadas and didis, bhais and bones, and am I missing something? Yes.
No.
My former students. Well, we relived our college days. Now, the curtain drops on the 7th Alumni Day Meet. See you on the 8th. As usual, the 8th meet will be held on the last Sunday of 2021. That falls on December 26th. Hopefully, we shall meet in person. Goodbye, au revoir, fir milenge, namaskar, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.